The British royal family we see today represents only a single generation within a monarchy that has endured for more than 1,000 years. But how did a bloodline that once commanded kingdoms and shaped the fate of nations gradually surrender its political power? Across centuries of violent succession crises, territorial expansion, betrayal, reform, and the construction of monuments that still tower over Britain's landscape, the story of the crown has been carefully chronicled and preserved, with countless kings and queens, each leaving their mark on history. This is the entire history of the British monarchy. Our journey does not begin with modern Britain, nor even with a united England. It begins in a fractured land. In 771 AD, when a Saxon prince named Egbert was born, there was no England. The British Isles were divided into competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms: Wessex, Mercia, Northumbria, Kent, East Anglia, alongside surviving Brittonic realms. Angles, Saxons, and Jutes struggled constantly for dominance in a political landscape later known as the Heptarchy. Egbert was born into royal blood. His father, Ealhmund, King of Kent, was linked to the ruling house of Wessex, giving the young prince a legitimate claim in more than one kingdom. But noble ancestry offered little protection in a world defined by shifting alliances and armed ambition. When Ealhmund died, power in Wessex fell to Beorhtric, a king closely allied with the powerful Mercian ruler Offa. Egbert, seen as a rival, was driven from his homeland. Defeated and exiled, the young prince fled across the Channel to the Frankish realm. There, within the orbit of Charlemagne's court, Egbert spent years in enforced absence from Britain. Those years would shape him. Exposed to the structures of Carolingian power and gaining experience beyond the island's divided politics, Egbert matured into a leader prepared for far greater ambitions. When Beorhtric died in 802, Egbert seized his opportunity. Crossing back to Wessex, he claimed the throne of his ancestors. Yet, even with continental experience and support among sections of the West Saxon nobility, securing his rule would prove far from simple. His position, however, was anything but secure. Rival kingdoms watched Wessex closely, and conflict was never far away. Almost immediately, West Saxon forces clashed with Mercian troops, and Egbert's rule began under the shadow of violence rather than stability. Determined to strengthen his authority, he moved carefully but decisively. For years, Mercia had dominated much of southern Britain, reducing Wessex to a secondary power. Egbert intended to reverse that balance. The decisive shift came in 825 at the Battle of Ellendun. There, Egbert defeated Bjornwulf of Mercia, breaking Mercian supremacy over the south. In the aftermath, Kent, Sussex, Essex, and East Anglia acknowledged his overlordship. Cornwall was brought more firmly under West Saxon influence, and Mercia itself was briefly forced into submission. Power in southern Britain had changed hands. By the end of the decade, even Northumbria chose to recognize Egbert's authority rather than risk invasion. For a short but remarkable moment, nearly all the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms stood under his direct or indirect rule. Nearly all. Mercia would not remain subdued. Within a year, its independence was restored, and the long rivalry between the two powers resumed. The struggle between Wessex and Mercia, fought in blood and shifting borders, was far from finished. Yet, despite these reversals, later chroniclers remembered Egbert as a transformative figure. The Anglo-Saxon chronicle would refer to him as a Bretwalda, a wide ruler, a king whose authority extended beyond his own kingdom. He never permanently secured the Mercian crown, but he altered the political landscape of Britain. Egbert set in motion a strategy of consolidation and expansion that his descendants would pursue for generations. Over the next 2 centuries, the House of Wessex would build upon his foundations, and from that gradual process would emerge something new, a unified Kingdom of England. But that future was still distant. When Egbert died in 839, the crown of Wessex passed to his eldest son, Æthelwulf. He inherited not only his father's ambitions, but also a new and growing danger rising from across the sea. The Scandinavian raiders had first appeared decades earlier, but during Æthelwulf's reign, their attacks intensified dramatically. In 842, remembered in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a year of great slaughter, Danish forces struck deep into southern England, sacking towns and testing the defenses of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Clad in mail and leather, carrying axes and round shields, these northern warriors were no longer isolated raiders. They were organized, relentless, and increasingly bold. Æthelwulf responded with force. In 851, at the Battle of Aclea, West Saxon forces, fighting alongside his son Æthelbald, defeated a major Danish army in one of the largest engagements yet seen against the invaders. The victory drove the raiders back to their ships, at least for a time. But Æthelwulf understood the truth. This was not the end. It was the beginning of a new era of warfare. The scale of the Danish threat was so severe that it reshaped long-standing rivalries within Britain itself. Mercia and Wessex, once bitter competitors for dominance, found common cause against a shared enemy. Their alliance was later strengthened through dynastic marriage, signaling a shift away from generations of hostility. Upon Æthelwulf's death in 858, the throne passed to his son, Æthelbald. His reign, however, was brief and controversial. Much of the unrest centered on his decision to marry Judith, his father's widow, a union that shocked many, particularly the clergy, and was widely viewed as improper even by the standards of the time. After only 2 years on the throne, Æthelbald died, and the crown of Wessex passed to his younger brother, Æthelberht. Like his father and brother before him, Æthelberht ruled under the shadow of northern raiders. Viking attacks along the southern coasts grew in scale and coordination during his reign. What had once been seasonal raids were becoming organized campaigns. By the mid-860s, Scandinavian forces were no longer merely plundering, they were preparing to conquer. In 865, a massive Viking host, later known as the Great Heathen Army, and associated with leaders such as Ivar the Boneless, landed in England. The balance of power on the island was about to shift dramatically. Æthelbert managed to hold Wessex steady during his reign, but he died in 865, leaving the throne to his younger brother, Æthelred I, who would now face the full force of the coming storm. The year after Æthelred took the throne, the Vikings seized York, establishing a permanent Danish stronghold in the north. The Great Heathen Army was no longer raiding, it was conquering. Æthelred had little choice but to confront them. Together with his younger brother Alfred, he raised the forces of Wessex and marched to meet the invaders. In 871, the Danes struck deep into West Saxon territory. Æthelred's army was defeated at Reading, but only days later the brothers faced the Vikings again at Ashdown. According to later accounts, Æthelred remained at prayer while the impatient Alfred led the charge. The West Saxons won a hard-fought victory, temporarily halting the Danish advance. The respite was brief. The Vikings regrouped and defeated the West Saxons at Basing and again at Merton. During this brutal campaign, Æthelred was mortally wounded. He died soon after, leaving the crown to Alfred, who now inherited a kingdom standing on the edge of collapse. In 874, the great heathen army marched against Mercia, defeating King Burgred and forcing him into exile. With Mercia broken, only Wessex remained between the Danish invaders and domination of England. As Viking forces pressed in from all sides, Alfred was driven into the marshes of Somerset, taking refuge on the small island of Athelney. Many of his allies had abandoned the fight, choosing instead to make peace with the invaders. For a moment, total Danish control of England seemed inevitable. But Alfred had not given up. Rallying the remaining forces of Wessex, he emerged from the marshes and marched against the Danes. In 878, the two armies met at the Battle of Edington. Alfred's army defeated the Vikings and forced their leader Guthrum to retreat to his stronghold at Chippenham, where Alfred placed them under siege. After 2 weeks, Guthrum surrendered. The terms were clear. The Danish king would withdraw from Wessex and accept Christian baptism. Guthrum agreed, and after being baptized, with Alfred himself acting as sponsor, he withdrew to East Anglia. With victory secured, Alfred strengthened his kingdom and reorganized its defenses. He built a network of fortified towns known as burhs, reformed the army, and promoted learning and education across his realm. Legend even claims he founded Oxford University, though historians remain doubtful. Just as important was the settlement that followed. England was effectively divided between Saxon and Danish rule. The south and west remained under Wessex, while the north and east formed what became known as the Danelaw, where Danish customs and laws prevailed. Under Alfred's leadership, Anglo-Saxon England entered a period of recovery and renewal, and the foundations were laid for the future unification of England. Alfred the Great was succeeded by his son, Edward the Elder, in 899. In many ways, Edward resembled his father, learned, devout, and an able military leader. His reign focused on strengthening royal administration, while continuing the long struggle against the Vikings. Working closely with his sister, Æthelfled of Mercia, Edward launched a series of campaigns that gradually pushed Danish power out of southern and central England. Through conquest and alliances, Edward brought much of the former Anglo-Saxon kingdoms under his authority, leaving only Northumbria firmly under Viking control. By the end of his reign, Wessex had become the dominant power in England. Edward died in 924 at Farndon in Cheshire while campaigning against local unrest. The crown soon passed to his son Athelstan, a ruler who would complete the work his grandfather Alfred had begun. After securing his authority at home, Athelstan turned his attention north and achieved what his father had not. In 927, he conquered the kingdom of Northumbria and captured the Viking stronghold of York, bringing the last major Scandinavian kingdom in England under his rule. His growing power soon drew the attention of neighboring rulers. In 937, a powerful coalition formed against him, including the Scottish King Constantine II, the King of Strathclyde, and Viking forces from Dublin. The two armies met at the Battle of Brunanburh in one of the largest battles ever fought in early medieval Britain. After heavy losses on both sides, Athelstan emerged victorious. The victory secured his authority across the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, extending his influence from Cornwall in the south to the borders of Scotland. By uniting these realms, Athelstan effectively created the Kingdom of England, and is often remembered as the first true king of the English. With the kingdom firmly under his control, Athelstan continued many of the reforms begun by his grandfather Alfred. He strengthened royal administration, issued extensive law codes, and involved himself in European politics through diplomacy and royal marriages. Athelstan died in 939, leaving the throne to his half-brother Edmund. Edmund's reign was largely spent holding together the kingdom his half-brother had forged. Almost immediately after his accession, Viking forces in the north rebelled, retaking York and launching raids deep into the Midlands. Determined to restore order, Edmund marched north. Along the way, he suppressed a Welsh uprising that had been brewing since the final years of Athelstan's reign. In 942, Edmund successfully recaptured the 5 boroughs of the Danelaw, pushing back Viking control in central England. He then turned his attention further north, confronting the rulers of Strathclyde who had supported the Scandinavian cause. After defeating them, Edmund installed Malcolm I of Scotland as ruler of Strathclyde on the condition that he recognize English overlordship. The arrangement greatly strengthened Edmund's influence across northern Britain. Yet, despite his successes, Edmund could not escape a violent end. In 946, while attending a feast at Pucklechurch in Gloucestershire, Edmund was attacked and killed by a thief named Leofa, a man the king had previously banished. Edmund was buried at Glastonbury Abbey, and the kingdom once again faced the urgent question of succession. Since Edmund's 2 sons were still too young to rule, the crown passed to his brother, Eadred. He spent much of his reign securing English control over Northumbria before dying in 955 from a long illness. The throne then passed to Edmund's eldest son, Eadwig, who was only 15 years old. His rule quickly became troubled, and within 2 years the kingdom was divided. Eadwig retained control of the south, while his younger brother Edgar was recognized as ruler in the north. Eadwig's reign was short. He died in 959, leaving the entire kingdom to Edgar, who would later be known as Edgar the Peaceful. As his name suggests, Edgar's reign became one of the most stable periods in early English history. England was largely free from external invasion and internal revolt. He introduced a more standardized coinage and supported the Benedictine monastic reforms that reshaped religious life across the kingdom. Yet, this era of stability would not last forever. When Edgar died in 975, England once again entered a period of uncertainty and conflict. The succession after Edgar's death was disputed between his 2 sons, Edward and Æthelred. Edward eventually secured the throne in 975, but his reign was short. In 978, he was murdered at Corfe Castle under circumstances that remain unclear. His younger brother Æthelred soon became king while still a child. Before the young ruler had even come of age, an old enemy returned from the north. Danish raiders once again began attacking English coasts, and with every passing year the threat grew more serious. In 991, the English army was defeated by Viking forces at the Battle of Maldon. Faced with continuing raids, Æthelred began paying vast sums of tribute, known as Danegeld, in an attempt to buy peace. But peace never came. In 1002, Æthelred ordered the infamous St. Brice's Day massacre, a brutal killing of Danish settlers living in England. The decision had devastating consequences. Sweyn Forkbeard, King of Denmark, launched a full invasion in retaliation. By 1013, the Danish army had conquered most of England, forcing Æthelred to flee to Normandy. Sweyn briefly ruled as king, but his sudden death the following year allowed Æthelred to return and reclaim the throne. Despite this temporary recovery, the long reign of Æthelred, lasting nearly 4 decades, was marked by constant invasion, political instability, and the growing power of the Danish kings. King Æthelred the Unready died in 1016, and the crown passed to his son, Edmund, later known as Edmund Ironside, who was immediately forced to confront the crisis left by his father's troubled reign. England was already under attack from a powerful Danish army led by Cnut, the son of King Sweyn Forkbeard. Determined to seize the English throne, Cnut launched a full invasion, and Edmund soon found himself fighting for control of his kingdom. Throughout 1016, the two sides clashed repeatedly across England. The struggle reached its climax at the Battle of Æthelred, where Cnut's forces defeated the English army. Wounded and unable to continue the war, Edmund agreed to divide the kingdom. He would rule Wessex, while Cnut took control of the rest of England, but the arrangement did not last long. Just weeks later, on November 30th, Edmund died, leaving Cnut as the sole ruler of England. After more than 2 centuries of dominance, the House of Wessex had lost the throne it had held since the days of Egbert. A new chapter in English history had begun, the age of Danish kings. After centuries of Danish raids and invasions, a Danish king now sat upon the English throne. Cnut the Great was crowned in 1016 and quickly proved himself a capable and pragmatic ruler. He understood that to govern England effectively, he needed the support of the English elite. Rather than dismantle the existing system, Cnut chose to work within it. He appointed English nobles and churchmen to positions of authority and upheld many of the traditional laws and customs of the kingdom. To strengthen his legitimacy further, he married Emma of Normandy, the widow of Æthelred the Unready. In 1018, Cnut also became King of Denmark, and in 1028 he conquered Norway, creating a powerful North Sea empire that linked England to the Scandinavian world. Later, medieval writers would remember his reign favorably. Under Cnut's rule, England enjoyed a period of stability and prosperity, while the age of Viking raids that had plagued the island for generations largely came to an end. Cnut died in 1035, leaving the English crown to his son Harold Harefoot. Harold was not the first choice to succeed Cnut. The rightful heir was his half-brother Harthacnut, but he remained in Denmark, dealing with threats from Scandinavia. In his absence, Harold was accepted as ruler of England. The decision proved controversial. Many in the kingdom opposed him, most notably Godwin, Earl of Wessex, and Emma of Normandy, Harold's stepmother and the widow of Æthelred the Unready. Emma had 2 sons from her earlier marriage, Edward and Alfred, who had fled to Normandy after the Danish conquest. Seeing an opportunity, she called upon them to return and reclaim their father's throne. In 1036, Alfred Ætheling crossed the Channel seeking support, but Godwin, who had once opposed Harold, turned against him and captured the young prince, delivering him into Harold's hands. Alfred was blinded during his captivity and soon died from his wounds. Edward escaped back to Normandy, this time taking his mother with him. Harold ruled England for only a few more years before dying in 1040, leaving the throne once again open to his absent brother, Harthacnut. Upon hearing of his half-brother's death, Harthacnut returned from Denmark and claimed the English throne later that same year. But like his brother before him, his reign would be brief. His rule was marked by heavy taxation and growing discontent, and in 1042 he died suddenly during a wedding feast. Harthacnut had no children. In the final years of his life, likely encouraged by his mother, Emma of Normandy, he had invited his half-brother Edward to return from exile in Normandy and recognized him as his successor. With Harthacnut's death, the English crown passed once more to the old royal line. It would also mark the last time a Danish king ruled England. With Edward now on the throne, England was once again ruled by an Anglo-Saxon king. Yet Edward was Anglo-Saxon largely by blood alone. He had spent more than 2 decades in exile in Normandy, and the Norman influence on his court was unmistakable. Edward surrounded himself with Norman advisors and churchmen, strengthening ties with the continent and bringing Norman customs into the English court. He is perhaps best remembered for rebuilding Westminster Abbey, a grand royal church in London that still stands today. As Edward grew older, however, a dangerous question loomed over the kingdom. Who would succeed him? The king had no children, and several powerful figures had potential claims. The most prominent was Harold Godwinson, Earl of Wessex, the most powerful noble in England. Another was William, Duke of Normandy, who was related to Edward through Emma of Normandy and had long-standing ties to the English court. Exactly what Edward intended remains uncertain. Some later Norman sources claimed the king had promised the throne to William, though the evidence for this is disputed. In late 1065, Edward fell gravely ill and never clearly settled the question of succession. He died on January 5, 1066. The very next day, Harold Godwinson was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey. When news of Harold's coronation reached Normandy, William was furious and began preparing an invasion of England. What followed would become one of the most decisive struggles in English history. King Harold soon found himself in a dangerous position. Expecting an invasion from William, Duke of Normandy, he gathered his forces along England's southern coast. But William did not immediately sail. Stormy weather in the Channel delayed the Norman fleet for weeks, forcing Harold to keep his army waiting. With supplies running low, Harold eventually dismissed his troops and returned to London. But on September 8, 1066, a new threat appeared, this time from the north. Harald Hardrada, King of Norway, had landed in Northumbria and defeated the English earls sent to defend the region. Harold had no choice but to respond. Gathering his forces, he led a rapid march north to confront the invaders. On September 25th, near the village of Stamford Bridge, the English army met the Norwegian host in battle. The fighting was fierce, but the English emerged victorious. Harald Hardrada was killed, and the Viking invasion collapsed. Yet Harold had little time to celebrate. Just days after the victory at Stamford Bridge, news arrived that the Norman fleet had finally crossed the Channel. William of Normandy landed at Pevensey Bay with roughly 7,000 men and quickly secured the nearby Roman fortifications. Harold immediately marched south to confront the new threat. On October 14, 1066, the two armies met at the Battle of Hastings, one of the most decisive battles in English history. The English formed a strong shield wall that initially held against the Norman attacks. But William's army had advantages Harold lacked: cavalry and archers. At several points during the battle, Norman forces pretended to retreat, drawing English soldiers out of formation. Once the shield wall broke, Norman cavalry struck the disorganized defenders. By the end of the day, the English army had collapsed. King Harold II, the last Anglo-Saxon king of England, was killed in the fighting, traditionally said to have been struck in the eye by an arrow. William's victory opened the road to London. As he marched south, towns were burned, and English nobles gradually submitted to his rule. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey. With that coronation, a new era began. The Norman Duke had become William the Conqueror, and England would never be the same again. As a king who had won his throne through conquest, William now faced the difficult task of securing his rule. Those who had resisted him were punished harshly, their lands confiscated, their titles stripped, and many were executed or driven into exile. Those who had remained neutral or quickly pledged loyalty were allowed to keep their positions, and some even married into the new Norman elite. But William brought more than a change of rulers. One of the most visible features of Norman rule was the construction of Motte and Bailey castles across England. First built of wood and later rebuilt in stone, these fortifications became symbols of Norman authority. From Pevensey in the south to Newcastle in the north, castles rose across the country. Historians estimate that roughly 500 were built within the first 2 decades of Norman rule, providing strongholds from which the new rulers could control the land and suppress rebellion. Rebellion came quickly. William's first major test came when his former ally, Eustace, Count of Boulogne, led an uprising at Dover. The revolt failed, and Eustace was forced to submit. Further resistance followed across the country. In the west, Eadred the Wild led attacks against Norman authority, while in Exeter supporters of Harold's family also rose in revolt. William crushed these uprisings swiftly, yet the most serious rebellion came in 1069, when the north of England rose against Norman rule. William responded with brutal force in what later became known as the Harrying of the North. Entire regions were devastated, leaving large parts of northern England depopulated for years to come. With opposition broken, William gradually secured control of the kingdom. Confident in his position, he increasingly divided his time between England and Normandy. After 1072, he spent much of his rule on the continent, leaving England to be governed by trusted officials including his half-brother Odo of Bayeux. During this period, one of the most remarkable administrative projects of the Middle Ages was undertaken, the Domesday Book. Completed in 1086, it was a vast survey of land holdings and resources across England, designed to improve taxation and royal administration. Its name reflected the idea that its judgments were as final as those of the last day of judgment. In 1087, while campaigning in northern France, William was seriously injured during the capture of Mantes. He died soon afterward, on September 9, 1087. Following Norman custom, his lands were divided among his sons. Robert received Normandy, William inherited the English crown, and Henry received a large sum of money. Though William II inherited his father's crown and name, he lacked many of his strengths. Crowned shortly after William the Conqueror's death, he quickly gained a reputation as an unpopular and difficult ruler. He was known for his heavy taxation, poor relations with the church, and a volatile temperament that often alienated the nobility. After 13 years on the throne, his reign came to a sudden and mysterious end. In 1100, while hunting in the New Forest, William was struck by an arrow and died shortly afterward. The exact circumstances remain unclear. Some accounts claim he was accidentally shot by a nobleman named William Tyrrell, who fled the scene soon after. Whether accident or something more deliberate, the king's death left the throne unexpectedly vacant. With William II dead, the English throne should have passed to his elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy. But Henry, the youngest of the three, moved first. While Robert was abroad, Henry seized the royal treasury in Winchester and quickly had himself crowned king in 1100. Robert later challenged his claim, but in 1106 Henry defeated him at the Battle of Tinchebray, capturing his brother and securing control of both England and Normandy. Unlike his predecessor, Henry proved to be an effective and capable ruler. He strengthened royal administration, reinforced the rule of law, and established the exchequer, greatly improving the management of royal finances. His reign brought a long period of relative stability and consolidation. Henry also relied increasingly on capable administrators of modest background, promoting men based on ability rather than noble birth. But tragedy struck late in his reign. In 1120, his only legitimate son and heir, William Adelin, died in the wreck of the White Ship. With no surviving male heir, Henry was forced to reconsider the succession. He named his daughter Matilda as his heir, an unprecedented decision. Though many barons swore loyalty to her, support for a female ruler remained uncertain, especially as Matilda had spent much of her life abroad as the wife of the Holy Roman Emperor. When Henry died in 1135, it seemed the succession had been settled. It had not. Almost immediately, leading nobles turned instead to Henry's nephew, Stephen of Blois, a powerful and well-connected figure within the Anglo-Norman elite. What followed would become one of the most turbulent periods in English history, a civil war later known as the Anarchy. The news of King Henry's death reached Stephen of Blois first. Acting quickly, he crossed the Channel and had himself crowned king in 1135, arguing that the stability of the realm took precedence over earlier oaths made to Matilda. At the time, Matilda, now married to Geoffrey, Count of Anjou, remained on the continent, and news of her father's death was slow to reach her. As a result, Stephen enjoyed an early period of rule that was largely unchallenged, but Matilda had not abandoned her claim. When word finally reached her that the throne had been taken, she refused to recognize Stephen as king and prepared to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. In 1139, she crossed to England and made her way to the court of her half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, seeking his support. Robert agreed, and the kingdom was soon plunged into civil war. The turning point came in 1141, when Stephen's forces met Robert's army at the Battle of Lincoln. Stephen fought bravely, but was overwhelmed and captured. He was brought before Matilda, who had him imprisoned at Bristol, and began her march toward London with a single goal, her coronation. For a moment, it seemed she would succeed, but in London she faced fierce resistance from the city's population. Not soldiers, but ordinary citizens turned against her, forcing Matilda to abandon the capital before she could be crowned. The balance of power shifted once again. During the rout of Winchester, Robert of Gloucester was captured, and Matilda was forced to negotiate. To secure her brother's release, she agreed to exchange him for Stephen, restoring the king to the throne and prolonging the conflict. The war dragged on. At one point, Matilda was besieged in Oxford Castle, surrounded by Stephen's forces. In one of the most famous episodes of the conflict, she escaped under cover of a winter snowfall, slipping out at night, dressed in white, and making her way across frozen ground to safety at Wallingford. Despite years of fighting, neither side could claim full control of the kingdom. Authority broke down, local lords acted independently, and much of England descended into disorder. The conflict would later be remembered as the Anarchy. In 1153, Matilda's son, Henry, arrived in England and began building alliances among the barons in support of his mother's claim. But by this point, Matilda herself had largely withdrawn from active campaigning, leaving the struggle increasingly in her son's hands. Stephen, too, was weakened by years of war. A settlement was finally reached in the Treaty of Wallingford. Stephen would remain king for the rest of his life, but Henry would be recognized as his lawful heir. When Stephen died in 1154, the crown passed to Henry without further conflict. From the chaos of civil war, England emerged under a new royal house. The Plantagenets had come to power. Henry II was crowned King of England on December 19, 1154, becoming the first ruler of the Plantagenet dynasty, and he immediately set about restoring order to a broken kingdom. Nearly 2 decades of civil war had left England deeply scarred. The realm his grandfather had ruled less than a lifetime earlier was barely recognizable. The royal treasury was depleted, central authority had weakened, and local lords had carved out power for themselves at the expense of the crown. Henry moved quickly. He reasserted royal authority across the kingdom, strengthened administrative institutions, and re-established English dominance over Wales. Many of the unauthorized castles that had sprung up during the Anarchy were dismantled, and the crown reclaimed rights and powers lost under King Stephen. But restoring order required more than force. It required money. Years of war had severely disrupted royal revenues, leaving Henry with a fragile financial system. Determined to rebuild it, he turned to a rising figure within the royal administration, a London-born cleric known for his intelligence and efficiency. His name was Thomas Becket. In 1155, Becket was appointed Lord Chancellor, placing him at the center of royal government and giving him control over much of the crown's finances. In this role, he proved exceptionally capable, restoring income, improving administration, and earning the king's deep trust. Becket was not a traditional noble, but a new man, rising through ability rather than birth, an approach Henry actively encouraged. Over time, the two men grew close, their relationship extending beyond politics into genuine friendship. The bond between them was so strong that Henry even entrusted Becket with the upbringing of his son, the future king. So, when the position of Archbishop of Canterbury became vacant, Henry saw an opportunity. The English Church had grown increasingly powerful, and Henry sought to bring it more firmly under royal authority. He persuaded and pressured his trusted chancellor to accept the role, believing that Becket would continue to serve the interests of the crown. On paper, it was the perfect solution. As Archbishop, Becket would hold immense influence, but Henry assumed that influence would remain aligned with royal power. He was wrong. Almost immediately after his ordination in 1162, Thomas Becket changed. The former royal chancellor abandoned his close ties to the court and recast himself as a defender of the church and its rights. Where once he had served the king, he now stood in opposition to him. Henry's plan had failed. Their friendship did little to prevent a growing conflict, centered on a fundamental question: who held ultimate authority, the crown or the church? At the heart of the dispute was the issue of ecclesiastical courts. Under existing custom, clergy accused of crimes could only be tried in church courts. Henry viewed this as a dangerous weakness, one that placed clerics beyond the reach of royal justice. With a large portion of England's administration made up of churchmen, the king sought to bring them under his authority. In 1164, he introduced the Constitutions of Clarendon, asserting that so-called criminous clerks should be tried in royal courts. Becket refused. The dispute escalated rapidly. Enraged by the challenge to his authority, Henry pushed harder, and Becket, fearing for his safety, fled to France. There, the Pope intervened, attempting to mediate a fragile peace between the former allies. Years later, Becket returned to England, but the conflict had not ended. Almost immediately, he reignited tensions by excommunicating bishops who had supported the king during his exile. Henry, furious once more, is said to have uttered words that would change everything. Taking this as a command, 4 knights rode to Canterbury. There, inside the cathedral, they confronted the archbishop and murdered him at the altar in 1170. The killing shocked Christendom. Becket was soon regarded as a martyr, and the power of the church only grew stronger. Henry, faced with outrage across Europe, performed a public act of penance, walking barefoot to Canterbury Cathedral and submitting to ritual scourging by monks. Yet the king's troubles were far from over. In 1173, his own sons turned against him. The heir, Henry the young king, joined by his brothers Richard and Geoffrey, as well as powerful allies including the King of France, launched a widespread rebellion. The conflict, known as the Great Revolt, forced Henry to fight for control of his own kingdom. Though he ultimately suppressed the uprising, the unity of his family was shattered. A decade later, rebellion came again. Henry, the young king, and Geoffrey died soon after, but the threat did not disappear. In the end, it was Richard, supported by Philip II of France, who led the final revolt against his father. Defeated and abandoned, Henry retreated to Anjou. There, in 1189, he died, his empire intact, but his family in ruins. Having forced his father from power, Richard now prepared to take the throne. Richard I was crowned king at Westminster Abbey on September 3, 1189. Remembered in English history as Richard the Lionheart for his courage and skill in battle. His reign was unlike that of most English kings. He spent very little of it in England. Within months of his coronation, Richard set out to join what would later be known as the Third Crusade, allying himself with Philip II of France in a campaign to reclaim Jerusalem. Richard quickly proved himself to be a formidable commander. Leading his forces deep into the Levant, he fought with precision and intensity, earning a reputation as one of the most capable military leaders of his age. His rivalry with the Muslim leader Saladin became legendary, and the Crusaders succeeded in recapturing significant coastal territories. But for all his victories, Jerusalem remained out of reach. Meanwhile, England became secondary to the king's ambitions abroad. The kingdom was treated largely as a source of revenue, its wealth used to fund Richard's campaigns. On his journey home, disaster struck. Richard was captured in Europe by Leopold of Austria, one of his political enemies, and held for an enormous ransom. Back in England, his brother John, who had been left to oversee the kingdom, hesitated as the demand for payment strained royal finances. With the efforts of Eleanor of Aquitaine and the Church, the ransom was eventually raised, and Richard was released. But his life would end as it had been lived, in battle. In 1199, while campaigning in France, Richard was struck by a crossbow bolt. The wound became infected, and it soon became clear that he would not survive. According to later accounts, the king asked to see the man responsible. Instead, a young boy was brought before him, who claimed Richard had killed his family and that he had acted out of revenge. Expecting execution, the boy instead received mercy. Richard is said to have pardoned him, allowing him to live. Shortly afterward, on April 6, 1199, Richard the Lionheart died. A chronicler would later write of his death, "The lion was slain by the ant." With his brother now dead, John was crowned King of England in 1199. Like his brother before him, John acquired a nickname, though far less heroic. He became known as John Lackland, a reflection of the fact that, as the youngest son of Henry II, he had originally been expected to inherit little. Yet fortune had once favored him. Unlike his brothers, John had remained largely loyal to his father and had been granted lands in Ireland and on the continent. But whatever advantages he began with would not last. Where Richard had been an absent yet admired king, John proved deeply unpopular. He was heavily involved in government, but his rule was marked by mistrust, financial pressure, and repeated military failure. In 1204, he lost Normandy and most of his family's continental possessions, breaking the long-standing connection between England and its Norman aristocracy. His troubles only deepened. A dispute with the papacy led to England being placed under interdict in 1208, followed by John's excommunication in 1209. Though he eventually reconciled with the Church, the damage to his authority was significant. At the same time, his barons grew increasingly frustrated. Heavy taxation, failed campaigns in France, and arbitrary rule pushed many of them toward open rebellion. In 1215, the king was forced to negotiate. At Runnymede, John agreed to seal the Magna Carta, a document that sought to limit royal authority and protect the rights and privileges of the nobility. For the first time, the king formally accepted that his power was not absolute, but subject to law. Its long-term impact would be enormous, though at the time it solved little. John had hoped the agreement would restore peace. It did not. Later that same year, civil war broke out in what became known as the First Barons' War. The rebels even invited the future King of France to claim the English throne. The conflict dragged on without a decisive outcome. In 1216, while campaigning in the east of England, John fell ill and died, leaving behind a kingdom divided and unstable. The crown passed to his young son, Henry, who now faced the task of restoring a fractured realm. At just 9 years old, Henry III was crowned King of England on October 28, 1216. He inherited a kingdom in chaos, with civil war still raging across the land. The burden of saving the realm fell not on the boy king, but on one of the greatest knights of the age, William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, a man who had served 5 English kings. A brilliant and experienced commander, he led the Royalist forces to victory at the Battle of Lincoln and the Battle of Sandwich, breaking the strength of the rebel barons. With the rebellion defeated, the kingdom could begin to heal. Henry's government acted with caution. The young king confirmed the Magna Carta, promising to respect the rights of his barons and limit royal power. It was a pragmatic move, one that helped restore a fragile peace. In the years that followed, royal authority was gradually rebuilt. Guided by capable ministers, the crown regained control over lands and institutions that had slipped away during the war. But as Henry grew older, his ambitions grew with him. By the 1230s, now ruling in his own right, he turned his attention to France, determined to recover the lands his father had lost. The English crown had never fully accepted the collapse of its continental empire, and Henry set out to reclaim what he believed was his birthright. The campaign, however, proved a failure. Avoiding decisive battle, Henry marched through French territory seeking loyalty from local lords. Some submitted, many did not, and whatever gains he made quickly vanished once his army withdrew. The expedition achieved little and cost a great deal, damaging the king's reputation among his nobles. Back in England, tensions rose again. His chief minister, Hubert de Burgh, fell from favor and was dismissed, later imprisoned in the Tower of London. His replacement, Peter de Roche, quickly alienated the barons, reversing policies and ruling with little regard for established legal processes. Discontent turned to rebellion. Richard Marshal, son of William Marshal, took up arms in defense of baronial rights, arguing that the king had once again failed to uphold the principles of Magna Carta. Facing mounting opposition and unable to secure a decisive victory, Henry was forced to compromise. Peter de Roche was dismissed, and the king temporarily yielded to his critics. But the peace did not last. Determined to rule in his own right, Henry increasingly filled positions of power with foreign advisors, French and Italian officials, and granted influence within the church to outsiders. These decisions deeply angered the English nobility and reignited old fears of royal overreach. Once again, the barons moved against him. In 1258, Henry was forced to accept the provisions of Oxford, which significantly limited his authority and placed government under baronial control. Though he initially agreed, he soon attempted to overturn the settlement, plunging the kingdom into yet another civil war. This time, the rebellion was led by Simon de Montfort, the king's own brother-in-law. In 1264, at the Battle of Lewes, Simon's forces defeated the royal army and captured both the king and his heir, Prince Edward. For a time, Simon ruled in the king's name. In 1265, he summoned what would later be regarded as the first English Parliament, calling together knights and burgesses from across the realm, a significant step in the development of representative government. But his rule was short-lived. Prince Edward escaped captivity and quickly rallied royalist support. Later that same year, he defeated Simon de Montfort at the Battle of Evesham, killing him and crushing the rebellion. The Second Barons' War came to an end, and Henry was restored to the throne. In his later years, real power increasingly rested with his son. By the time Henry died in 1272, the future of the kingdom already lay in Edward's hands. Edward, who had been abroad on crusade, would return to claim the crown and usher England into a new era of strength and expansion. Returning to England in 1274 after years abroad, Edward Longshanks was crowned at Westminster Abbey, inheriting a kingdom that had endured decades of unrest and repeated rebellion. He wasted no time in restoring order. Edward immediately set about strengthening royal authority. He reformed administration, reinforced the system of common law, and issued a series of statutes that reshaped criminal and property law across the realm. Unlike his father, he worked more closely with his nobility, regularly consulting knights and representatives of towns on matters of governance. He proved himself not only a warrior, but a lawgiver. Yet England's stability did not keep him from war. In Wales, resistance to English rule erupted under the leadership of Llywelyn ap Gruffudd. Campaigns in 1277 and again in 1282 brought the region under English control. The fighting was hard, and Welsh longbowmen proved deadly opponents, but Edward prevailed. To secure his conquest, he ordered the construction of a chain of formidable stone castles across Wales, lasting symbols of royal power. In 1284, his son was born in Wales and soon given the title Prince of Wales, a tradition that continues for the heir to the English throne to this day. But Edward's ambitions did not stop there. In 1291, he was invited to arbitrate a dispute between rival claimants to the Scottish throne. He chose John Balliol, but only after asserting his own overlordship, a decision that angered the Scottish nobility and undermined his claim of neutrality. Tensions escalated quickly. When Scotland aligned itself with France, Edward responded with force. In 1296, he invaded, defeated Balliol, and effectively took control of the Scottish kingdom. He also seized the Stone of Scone, the ancient symbol of Scottish kingship, and brought it to Westminster. For his relentless campaigns, Edward earned a fearsome reputation, the Hammer of the Scots. Back in England, his reforms continued to reshape the kingdom. Parliament was summoned more frequently, petitions became a regular part of governance, and the structure of royal courts was further defined. The King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas each took on clearer roles, strengthening the administration of justice. At the same time, the practice of law began to shift away from the church. A new class of trained legal professionals emerged, and institutions such as the Inns of Court developed to educate them, laying the groundwork for the English legal profession. Universities such as Oxford, already established, grew in importance during this period, reflecting a broader expansion of learning beyond purely ecclesiastical control. Edward remained, above all, a warrior king. In his final years, he continued campaigning against Scotland. In 1307, while marching north once again, he fell ill and died before completing his campaign. Stories later emerged of his final wishes, that his bones be carried with the army, or that his heart join a future crusade, reflecting how deeply he identified with the life of a soldier. Yet, his greatest legacy was not only forged in battle. Edward I transformed the English state. He strengthened the law, expanded the role of Parliament, and helped shape a more structured and centralized system of government. By the end of his reign, England was stronger, more organized, and more politically defined than it had ever been before. Edward I was succeeded by his son, Edward II, who was crowned king at Westminster Abbey in 1308. Unlike his father, he did not inherit a broken kingdom in need of repair. England was strong, its institutions reinforced, and its authority extended, at least in theory, over Scotland. It was a realm that stood among the most powerful in Europe. But the new king seemed ill-suited to rule it. Edward showed little interest in the burdens of kingship, turning instead toward the personal relationships that would come to define his reign. Chief among them was his close companion, Piers Gaveston. Gaveston was ambitious, arrogant, and fully aware of his influence over the king. His rapid rise and open favoritism angered the English barons, who saw him as an outsider abusing royal power. Tensions quickly escalated, not only within England but also with the French court, into which Edward had married through his wife, Isabella of France. Under pressure, Edward agreed to exile Gaveston, but the separation did not last. Within a short time, Gaveston was recalled, and conflict with the nobility intensified. In 1308 and the years that followed, Parliament repeatedly demanded his removal. After mounting threats, including the possibility of excommunication, Edward once again gave way. Still, Gaveston returned. This defiance pushed the barons to open rebellion. After a prolonged struggle, Gaveston was captured in 1312 and executed on the orders of leading nobles, including the Earl of Lancaster. The king was devastated. At the same time, England's position abroad began to collapse. In 1314, Edward led his army north to confront Robert the Bruce, King of Scotland. At the Battle of Bannockburn, the English suffered a crushing defeat, and Scotland effectively regained its independence. Edward's authority never fully recovered. In the years that followed, a new favorite emerged, Hugh Despenser. Like Gaveston before him, Despenser and his family accumulated power and wealth, once again provoking deep resentment among the barons. Rebellion followed. After years of conflict, Edward managed to defeat his opponents. In 1322, the Earl of Lancaster was captured and executed, and royal authority was briefly restored. The Despenser family now dominated the court, but this victory would prove short-lived. By 1326, Queen Isabella had turned against her husband. Backed by forces from France and allied with Roger Mortimer, she launched an invasion of England. The campaign moved swiftly. Edward's support collapsed, Despenser was captured and executed, and the king himself was taken into custody. Facing overwhelming pressure, Edward II was forced to abdicate in favor of his young son. In 1327, the former king died in captivity under uncertain circumstances. The crown passed to Edward III, and with it came the promise of a very different kind of rule. Edward III was still a boy when the English crown was placed upon his head. At just 14 years of age, he inherited a kingdom weakened by years of poor leadership, financial strain, and growing baronial influence. But for now, the young king did not rule. Power lay in the hands of his mother, Queen Isabella, and her ally, Roger Mortimer, who governed England as regents. Mortimer, in particular, held immense authority. effectively controlling the kingdom in Edward's name. The young king watched and waited. He resented their dominance, especially Mortimer's influence over both the court and his mother. And as Edward grew older, so too did his determination to take control. In 1330, just before turning 18, Edward acted. In a carefully planned move, he seized power, arrested Mortimer, and had him executed. His mother was removed from authority, and Edward III began his personal rule. Now, king in truth as well as in name, Edward turned to the traditional path of medieval kings: war. He first directed his attention north, launching campaigns against Scotland in an attempt to restore English dominance. Early victories brought temporary success, but control over Scotland remained difficult to maintain. Soon, however, a far greater conflict emerged. In 1337, Philip VI of France confiscated Edward's lands in Aquitaine. For Edward, this was more than a territorial dispute. It was a direct challenge to his status and authority. Rather than seek compromise, he escalated the conflict. Through his mother, Isabella, Edward laid claim to the French throne itself, asserting that he had a stronger hereditary right than the ruling Valois king. It was a bold and dangerous move. What followed would become known as the 100 Years' War, a long and brutal struggle between England and France that would outlast Edward himself and shape the future of both kingdoms. As the grandson of Philip IV of France, Edward III did have a claim to the French throne. But the French rejected it. By established custom, often associated with Salic law, the crown could not pass through the female line, and Edward's claim, inherited through his mother, was dismissed. Edward chose war. After early setbacks, the first phase of the conflict turned in England's favor. Victories at Crécy and Poitiers shattered French armies and demonstrated the effectiveness of English tactics. The war culminated in the Treaty of Bretigny, which granted England significant territories in France, but required Edward to renounce, at least formally, his claim to the French crown. The peace did not last. Fighting soon resumed, but by this point both kingdoms were facing a far greater threat, one that neither armies nor kings could defeat. Across Europe, a new catastrophe was unfolding, a disaster so devastating that it would reshape society, weaken kingdoms, and claim millions of lives. In 1348, the Black Death reached England. It arrived silently and then spread with terrifying speed. Victims developed swollen, pus-filled sores known as buboes, their bodies racked by fever and pain. Death often followed within days. In towns and cities, the streets filled with the sick and the dying, and soon with the dead. To many, it seemed like divine punishment. Within just a few years, the plague wiped out between a third and half of Europe's population. England was no exception. The disease spread most rapidly in crowded urban centers, devastating entire communities and leaving villages abandoned. King Edward himself avoided the plague, but his kingdom did not. The scale of death reshaped English society in ways no war ever could. With so many people gone, a severe labor shortage followed. Fields went untilled, estates struggled to function, and the entire economic system began to shift. Landowners were forced to adapt. With fewer workers available, many turned away from labor-intensive agriculture and toward sheep farming, which required far fewer hands. Over time, this change helped fuel the growth of England's wool trade. At the same time, the traditional bonds of feudal life began to weaken. Peasants who had once been tied to the land found new opportunities. Many negotiated better conditions, while others left entirely, seeking work elsewhere. A new class was emerging: free laborers. People who had lived for generations under strict obligation were now able to move, work, and shape their own futures. Cities, despite the devastation, slowly began to repopulate as survivors sought new opportunities. The Black Death had not only taken lives, it had transformed the structure of society itself. By the end of his reign, Edward III ruled over a kingdom profoundly changed. England had become one of the most formidable military powers in Europe. Its systems of law and government had developed further, and its economy had begun to shift in new directions shaped by the aftermath of the plague. Edward's long reign came to an end on June 21, 1377. He had outlived his heir, the Black Prince, and the crown now passed to his young grandson, Richard II. Richard II was a child when he first wore the crown, ascending the throne in 1377 at just 10 years old. Like his grandfather before him, real power did not initially rest in his hands. Instead, the kingdom was governed by a group of powerful nobles and royal advisors. Among them, the most influential was John of Gaunt, who had already taken on a leading role during the final years of Edward III's reign. But the kingdom they governed was under strain. Decades of war had drained the royal treasury. The 100 Years' War continued to consume vast resources, and England struggled to keep pace with a larger and wealthier France. At the same time, the threat of invasion loomed, and the crown desperately needed money to maintain its armies. The solution was taxation. A series of poll taxes were introduced, requiring ordinary people to contribute directly to the war effort. By 1380, even the poorest were expected to pay a fixed sum, a heavy burden in a society still recovering from the long-term effects of the Black Death. Resentment grew quickly. For many peasants, the brief improvements in living conditions after the plague had already begun to fade. Wages were falling, opportunities shrinking, and landowners were attempting to reassert traditional controls, including restrictions that echoed earlier forms of serfdom. The sense of injustice was widespread. Across England, anger built, not just against taxation, but against a system that seemed to demand more while offering less in return. All the pressures of war, economic hardship, and social tension were converging, and they were about to explode. In 1381, long-building tensions finally erupted into open rebellion. Inspired in part by the radical preaching of John Ball and driven by anger over heavy taxation, tens of thousands of peasants and townspeople marched on London, demanding the abolition of the poll tax. It was one of the largest uprisings England had ever seen, later known as the Peasants' Revolt. At their head stood Wat Tyler. The crowd was vast, volatile, and increasingly difficult to control. Within hours of their arrival in the capital, order broke down completely. The rebels rampaged through London, burning the Savoy Palace, the grand residence of John of Gaunt, and executing officials they saw as symbols of royal injustice, including the Archbishop of Canterbury. England stood on the edge of collapse. With few options left, the young king, Richard II, accompanied by the Lord Mayor of London, agreed to meet the rebels at Smithfield, just outside the city. At first, the discussion seemed calm, but tensions quickly escalated. During the exchange, Wat Tyler pressed his demands more forcefully, reportedly behaving in a way that the royal party found threatening. In a sudden and decisive moment, the Lord Mayor, William Walworth, drew his sword and struck Tyler down. For a brief instant, everything hung in the balance. The rebels had lost their leader. The situation could have turned into outright slaughter. Instead, the young king stepped forward. Displaying remarkable composure, Richard rode out to face the crowd, and called on them to follow him. Promising that their demands would be met, he managed to lead them away from the chaos and disperse what could have become a full-scale massacre. But the promises did not last. Once the rebels had returned home, the crown swiftly reversed its concessions. The leaders of the uprising were hunted down, tried, and executed as traitors. The revolt had been crushed, but its impact would linger. For Richard, the experience left a lasting mark. He had seen how quickly authority could collapse, and how unreliable his own advisors could be. Trust between the king and his council began to erode, and over time he withdrew into a smaller inner circle of loyal supporters. Their influence grew rapidly, and so did resentment among the wider nobility. In response, a group of powerful lords united to form the Lords Appellant, determined to curb the king's authority. By 1387, they had effectively seized control of the government, forcing Richard to submit and purging many of his closest allies. For a time, the king was reduced to a figurehead, but Richard did not forget. Over the next decade, he carefully rebuilt his position. Then, in 1397, he struck back. The Lords Appellant were arrested, executed, or driven into exile in what later chroniclers would describe as a period of royal vengeance. By 1398, Richard went even further. He overturned earlier political settlements and concentrated power in the hands of men loyal only to him, effectively ruling without meaningful opposition. But one threat remained: the powerful House of Lancaster. At its head stood John of Gaunt, one of the wealthiest and most influential figures in England. His son, Henry Bolingbroke, had already been exiled by the king, yet the Lancastrian claim remained strong. As a descendant of Edward III, Henry was seen by many as a legitimate alternative to the increasingly autocratic Richard. When John of Gaunt died in 1399, Richard moved quickly. He confiscated the Lancastrian lands and formally disinherited Henry, stripping him of his inheritance. It was a bold attempt to eliminate the threat, but it would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. Believing his position secure, Richard turned his attention to Ireland, departing England with an army to deal with unrest there. But in his absence, everything unraveled. Henry Bolingbroke returned to England, initially claiming only his rightful inheritance, but support gathered rapidly. Discontent with Richard's rule had spread too far, and many nobles now rallied to Henry's cause. By the time Richard returned, his authority had collapsed. Abandoned by much of the nobility, he was captured and forced to abdicate. Imprisoned soon after, he died in captivity under uncertain circumstances. In his place, Henry Bolingbroke was crowned Henry IV on September 30th, 1399. The Plantagenet line had fractured, and a new chapter in English history had begun. The reign of Henry IV was marked less by expansion and glory, and more by instability, tension, and the constant need to defend his claim to the throne. Even so, it was a period of notable firsts. Henry is often regarded as the first English king since the Norman conquest to regularly address his subjects in English rather than Norman French, a symbolic shift in the identity of the crown itself. In 1400, his court also received an extraordinary visitor, the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, marking the only time a reigning Byzantine emperor ever set foot in England. But beneath these moments of distinction, Henry's rule was far from secure. In 1406, English forces captured the young James I of Scotland, then just 11 years old, off the coast of Yorkshire. He would remain a prisoner in England for years, becoming a valuable political asset in the ongoing tensions with Scotland. At home, however, Henry faced far more immediate dangers. Rebellion followed rebellion. In Wales, a major uprising broke out under Owain Glyndwr, who declared himself Prince of Wales and led a prolonged resistance against English rule. At the same time, powerful northern nobles, most notably the Percy family, turned against the king. The resulting conflict, known as the Percy Rebellion, came to a head at the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403. It was here that Henry's eldest son, Henry of Monmouth, first proved himself in battle. Fighting in the thick of the conflict, the young prince was struck in the face by an arrow, a wound that could easily have been fatal. Instead, he survived, and his courage on the battlefield marked him out as a future warrior king. The victory secured Henry IV's throne, but only temporarily. As the years passed, unrest continued to simmer. Rumors began to spread that Richard II, the deposed king, was still alive. Despite Henry's efforts to prove Richard had died in captivity, even displaying his body publicly, the stories persisted. Some even claimed he had found refuge in Scotland. Plots emerged, built around impostors and false hope, but none gained lasting traction. Each was eventually uncovered and suppressed, yet they revealed just how fragile Henry's position truly was. By the end of his reign, the king's health had begun to fail. He suffered repeated bouts of illness, and governance increasingly passed into the hands of his son. In 1413, Henry IV died in the Jerusalem chamber at Westminster during a meeting of Parliament. He was buried at Canterbury Cathedral, near the shrine of Thomas Becket. The crown now passed to his son, Henry of Monmouth, a king very different from his father. On April 9, 1413, Henry of Monmouth was crowned Henry V at Westminster Abbey. Tall, lean, and already hardened by years of warfare, the young king was no stranger to command. During his father's reign, he had helped suppress the Welsh rebellion and had led royal forces at the Battle of Shrewsbury while still in his teens, earning a reputation for both courage and discipline. But the crown he inherited was not without its challenges. The Lancastrian claim to the throne was still viewed with suspicion by some, and Henry moved quickly to secure his position. Determined to unite the realm and prevent the cycle of rebellion that had plagued his father's reign, he pursued a careful policy of reconciliation. He ordered the respectful reburial of Richard II, restoring a sense of legitimacy to the monarchy. He brought Edmund Mortimer, a rival claimant, into his council, and gradually returned lands and titles to those who had suffered under Henry IV. It was a calculated effort to stabilize the kingdom. But when faced with open opposition, Henry showed no hesitation. In 1414, he crushed the growing unrest of the Lollards, and the following year he decisively dealt with the Southampton Plot, a conspiracy involving several nobles who sought to place Mortimer on the throne. The plot collapsed quickly, lacking broad support, and its leaders were executed. Mortimer himself remained loyal to the king. With internal threats neutralized, Henry strengthened royal authority further. He promoted the use of English in government, increasingly replacing French in official records and correspondence, a shift that reflected the changing identity of the English crown. Only once his position at home was secure did Henry turn his attention abroad. The 100 Years' War had entered a lull, but it was far from over. In 1415, Henry resolved to renew the conflict and press England's claim in France. That same year, he crossed the Channel and landed in Normandy, laying siege to the port city of Harfleur. The siege was hard and costly. Though the city eventually fell, it came at a heavy price. Disease, exhaustion, and dwindling supplies took their toll on the English army. Of the roughly 12,000 men who had landed in France, only around half remained fit for battle. Yet, Henry was not finished. Against the advice of his council, Henry ordered his army to march north across French territory toward the English-held port of Calais, where they could regroup and return home. But the journey proved far more dangerous than expected. Unable to cross the river Somme, Henry was forced inland, where his exhausted army was eventually intercepted by a much larger French force near the village of Agincourt. His men were in no condition for battle. They were tired, hungry, and weakened by disease, with many suffering from dysentery. The French army, confident and heavily reinforced, outnumbered them significantly. Yet retreat was no longer an option. Heavy rain the night before had turned the narrow field into thick mud, a detail Henry immediately recognized as an advantage. Positioning his troops carefully, he prepared to fight on ground that would neutralize the enemy's strength. When the battle began, the French advanced. Their cavalry and armored infantry pushed forward across the sodden field, but the mud slowed them to a crawl. Henry's longbowmen stepped forward and unleashed a devastating volley of arrows. With range, discipline, and timing on their side, the English archers tore into the advancing French lines. Horses stumbled, men fell, and formations collapsed before they could even reach the English front. As the French pressed on, Henry ordered sharpened stakes to be driven into the ground, protecting his archers from cavalry charges. The momentum of the attack broke apart, and what followed was brutal, close-quarters fighting. Archers dropped their bows and joined the melee. Weighed down by heavy armor and trapped in the mud, many French soldiers struggled to move, let alone fight effectively. The battlefield became chaos, and the English, though outnumbered, seized control. By the end of the day, the victory was complete. Against overwhelming odds, Henry V had defeated one of the most powerful armies in Europe. His forces continued on to Calais unopposed, and when he returned to England, he was welcomed as a conquering hero. The victory at Agincourt became one of the most celebrated moments in English history, a symbol of discipline, leadership, and national pride. But its consequences went far beyond the battlefield. The defeat deepened divisions within France and strengthened Henry's position. In 1420, the Treaty of Troyes recognized him as regent of France and heir to the French throne. He secured control over Normandy, forged an alliance with Burgundy, and gained diplomatic recognition from Sigismund, Holy Roman Emperor, through the Treaty of Canterbury. For a moment, the unification of England and France seemed within reach. Henry intended to complete that vision, and then turn his attention to a crusade, but he would never see it realized. In 1422, at the height of his power, Henry V died, leaving the throne to his infant son, Henry VI. His reign had been short, but its impact was immense. He had restored English prestige, expanded its power on the continent, and forged a new sense of identity for the kingdom, one built on victory, ambition, and the belief that even the greatest odds could be overcome. Henry VI became king in 1422 at just 9 months old, the youngest monarch in English history. Too young even to understand the crown placed upon his head, the burden of ruling fell immediately to a council of regents who governed in his name. England had seen child kings before, but never one so vulnerable and never at such a critical moment. As part of the settlement secured by his father, the infant king was also proclaimed King of France. In 1429, he was taken across the Channel and crowned at Notre Dame Cathedral, making him the only English monarch to be crowned King of France on French soil. For a brief moment, the dream of a dual monarchy seemed alive, but it would not last. While Henry grew to adulthood, the kingdom around him began to shift. His mother, Catherine of Valois, remarried Owen Tudor, and their sons, Edmund and Jasper, would later become key figures in English politics, laying the foundations for a future dynasty. By the time Henry assumed personal control in his mid-teens, the situation had already begun to deteriorate. The long war with France was turning against England. Economically, the kingdom was entering a prolonged period of strain, and at the center of it all stood a king ill-suited to the demands of his age. Henry VI was gentle, pious, and deeply averse to violence. In another time, these qualities might have been admired, but in the brutal political world of medieval England, they were seen as weakness. Worse still, Henry proved incapable of consistent rule. He suffered from severe bouts of mental illness, periods in which he was unable to speak, recognize those around him, or make decisions. During these episodes, power once again slipped into the hands of competing factions. Authority fractured. Nobles began to act independently, raising private armies and settling disputes through force. Rivalries deepened, and the stability his father had built began to unravel. At the same time, England's position abroad collapsed. After generations of conflict, the 100 Years' War came to a close under Henry's reign, not in victory, but in defeat. One by one, England lost its territories in France until only the port of Calais remained. The contrast with Henry V could not have been more stark. With the kingdom weakened, new challengers emerged. Foremost among them was the powerful House of York, who claimed descent from Edward III and saw themselves as rightful heirs to the throne. As Henry struggled to maintain control, the Yorkists gathered support, preparing to act. In 1460, the tension finally broke. The Wars of the Roses had begun. Named for the Red Rose of Lancaster and the White Rose of York, the conflict quickly escalated. That same year, Yorkist forces won a decisive victory at the Battle of Northampton, capturing Henry and effectively taking control of the government. But the war was far from over. Queen Margaret of Anjou refused to yield. Escaping north, she gathered support in Wales and Scotland before returning with an army. At the Battle of Wakefield, the Lancastrians struck back, killing the Duke of York and briefly regaining momentum. They marched south. At St. Albans, they defeated the forces of the Earl of Warwick and freed King Henry from captivity. Yet, even in victory, the king remained detached, his fragile mental state leaving him unable to lead. The struggle continued. In 1461, the two sides met in one of the bloodiest battles ever fought on English soil, the Battle of Towton. Fought in a blinding snowstorm, it ended in a decisive Yorkist victory. Henry VI was deposed. Edward of York claimed the throne as Edward IV, forcing Henry into flight. The former king became a fugitive in his own kingdom, moving from refuge to refuge before eventually being betrayed and captured. He was imprisoned in the Tower of London. For now, his life was spared, but the war and his story was not yet over. Edward of York was crowned Edward IV on June 28, 1461, following a series of decisive victories over the Lancastrian forces. But victory on the battlefield did not guarantee security on the throne. As a usurper, Edward's claim remained fragile. Many nobles still supported Henry VI, while others chose to remain neutral, waiting to see which side would prevail. To strengthen his position, Edward relied heavily on a small group of powerful allies, most notably Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. At first, this alliance proved invaluable. Warwick was one of the most influential men in England, a skilled commander and political operator, but his influence at court soon began to overshadow that of the king himself, and tensions between the two grew. Warwick sought to strengthen England's position abroad through a strategic marriage, advising Edward to wed into a powerful European house, such as France or Savoy. Edward had other plans. In secret, he married Elizabeth Woodville, a widow of relatively modest background. The match shocked the nobility and deeply angered Warwick, who saw it as both a political misstep and a personal betrayal. From that moment on, their alliance began to unravel. Tensions escalated further in 1467, when Edward dismissed Warwick's brother from his position as Lord Chancellor. By now, Warwick had begun to gather support against the king. In 1469, rebellion broke out. Warwick's forces defeated the royal army at the Battle of Edgecote Moor, and Edward himself was captured and held at Middleham Castle. For a brief moment, it seemed Warwick controlled the kingdom, but he could not hold it. Without broader support from the nobility, Warwick was forced to release the king, and Edward soon returned to power. What followed was an uneasy and fragile peace. Warwick, now effectively excluded from court, turned to a more radical solution. He fled to France. There, he forged an unlikely alliance with his former enemies and pledged to restore Henry VI to the throne. With foreign backing and growing support at home, Warwick returned to England in 1470 with a powerful army. Edward was forced to flee. Seeking refuge in Burgundy, he left the kingdom behind as Warwick briefly succeeded in restoring Henry VI, an event often referred to as the readaptation. But the old problems quickly resurfaced. Henry's inability to rule meant that power once again fragmented among competing nobles. The kingdom drifted back into instability, just as it had before. Edward, however, was not finished. With support from the continent, he returned to England in 1471. Marching through the north, he gathered strength as he advanced, reclaiming loyalty step by step. He entered London without resistance and took Henry VI back into custody. Warwick moved to confront him. At the Battle of Barnet in 1471, Edward defeated and killed Warwick, ending the threat of the so-called Kingmaker. Soon after, at the Battle of Tewkesbury, a second Lancastrian army was crushed. Henry VI's only son, Edward of Westminster, was killed. With no heir remaining, the Lancastrian cause collapsed. Shortly afterward, Henry VI died in captivity in the Tower of London, almost certainly murdered. Edward IV had secured his throne. For the next decade, he ruled with relative stability, restoring order after years of civil war. But toward the end of his reign, his health began to decline. On April 9, 1483, Edward IV died. The crown passed to his young son, Edward V, but the boy would never be crowned. Instead, power fell into the hands of his uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who had no intention of giving it up. Following the death of his brother, Edward IV, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, moved swiftly to assume control as Lord Protector of the realm. Officially, he was to govern on behalf of his young nephew, Edward V, until the boy came of age. Preparations for the coronation were set in motion, and at first glance the transition appeared orderly. But beneath the surface, events were already unfolding. Richard's reputation as a ruthless power seeker stems largely from the speed and precision with which he consolidated power. Within weeks of his appointment, he acted decisively against those closest to the young king. Chief among them was Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers, the boy's uncle. Under the pretense of escorting Edward safely to London, Richard arranged a meeting at Northampton. Instead, Woodville and his allies were arrested, accused of plotting against the Lord Protector and sent to Pontefract Castle, where they were swiftly executed. With the Woodville faction broken, Richard assumed full control over the young king. he personally escorted Edward V to London and placed him in the Tower of London, the traditional residence for monarchs awaiting coronation. But what followed would change everything. Hearing of her brother's execution, the Dowager Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, fled with her younger son into sanctuary, seeking protection and support. Richard moved faster. He accused remaining Woodville allies of treason and had them executed, dismantling their power base completely. With opposition collapsing, only one obstacle remained between him and the throne: the young princes themselves. Then came the turning point. Richard's supporters claimed that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid due to a prior contract with Eleanor Butler. If true, it meant that Edward V and his brother were illegitimate, and therefore had no right to rule. The claim was publicly proclaimed in London. A sermon delivered at St. Paul's Cathedral declared the princes illegitimate, and shortly after, a petition emerged from leading nobles and citizens urging Richard to take the crown. On July 6, 1483, Richard was crowned Richard III, King of England. His rise had been swift, almost seamless, but it came at a cost. That same summer, the two princes, held quietly in the Tower, disappeared. What happened to them remains one of the greatest mysteries in English history. Some believe they were murdered on Richard's orders. Others suggest they may have escaped. No definitive answer has ever been found. Whatever the truth, suspicion lingered, and it weakened the new king. Almost immediately, opposition began to form. In 1483, a rebellion broke out led by the Duke of Buckingham, a former ally of Richard who had turned against him. Backed by disaffected nobles, the rebels initially aimed to restore Edward V to the throne. But as rumors spread that the princes were dead, their cause shifted. A new claimant emerged. Across the Channel, in exile, stood Henry Tudor, a distant descendant of Edward III through his mother, Margaret Beaufort. His claim was weak, but in a kingdom desperate for stability, it was enough. Buckingham began raising forces in Wales, while Henry gathered support abroad, preparing to return to England. The stage was set. However, just as it had in 1066, the weather once again played its part in the fate of England. A violent storm scattered Henry Tudor's fleet as it attempted to cross the Channel. Many of his ships were forced to turn back toward Normandy and Calais, while Henry himself was driven off course, eventually making landfall in the southwest of England. At the same time, the rebellion on land began to unravel. The forces of the Duke of Buckingham, already fragile, were thrown into disarray by the same harsh conditions. Desertions spread through his ranks, and when royal troops moved in to confront him, his army collapsed. Buckingham was captured, taken to Salisbury and executed. The rebellion had failed, but the threat had not disappeared. Henry Tudor returned to France, where he was granted support for another invasion. A year later, in 1485, he crossed the Channel once more, this time with greater preparation and a clearer objective. On August 22, 1485, his forces met those of King Richard III at Bosworth Field, near Leicester. By most accounts, Richard commanded the larger army, but numbers alone would not decide the outcome. Richard divided his forces into 3 divisions. The vanguard was led by the Duke of Norfolk, another by the Earl of Northumberland, while Richard himself commanded the main body of troops. The battle began with a direct assault. Clashes quickly turned into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Henry's army, though smaller, was tightly organized and led by the experienced Earl of Oxford, whose discipline held the line against the royal advance. As the fighting intensified, cracks began to appear in Richard's forces. Norfolk's men suffered heavy losses, and their formation started to falter. Richard called for support from Northumberland, but the Earl did not commit his troops to the fight. The moment passed. Watching from a nearby hill stood Thomas Stanley, whose forces had yet to join either side. Though long associated with the Yorkists, Stanley had chosen to wait, holding his position until the outcome became clearer. And now, the balance was shifting. Realizing the danger, Richard made a desperate decision. He gathered a small force of loyal knights and launched a direct charge toward Henry Tudor himself, aiming to end the battle in a single decisive strike. For a moment, it almost worked. Richard cut through enemy lines and came within reach of Henry. But as he advanced, Stanley finally made his move. His forces descended onto the battlefield, not for the king, but against him. Surrounded and outnumbered, Richard was pulled from his horse and overwhelmed. According to later accounts, he fought fiercely until the very end. Then he was killed where he stood. The Battle of Bosworth Field was over. Richard III became the last English king to die in battle. In the aftermath, legend tells that the crown was found among the spoils and placed upon Henry Tudor's head on the field itself. Whether true or not, the symbolism was clear. A new king had risen. Richard's body was buried without ceremony in Leicester, and with his death, the Plantagenet dynasty came to an end. The long and bitter wars of the Roses were over, and a new era in English history had begun. After more than 3 decades of civil war, England finally had a new king. Henry Tudor was crowned Henry VII at Westminster Abbey on October 30th, 1485. His victory at Bosworth not only secured the throne, but also marked the beginning of a new era in English history, the rise of the Tudor dynasty, and the gradual transition into the early modern age. But winning the crown was only the beginning. As a king by conquest, Henry's position was far from secure. To strengthen his claim and bring stability to the realm, he made a decisive and symbolic move, marrying Elizabeth of York, daughter of Edward IV. With this union, the rival houses of Lancaster and York were joined, ending decades of dynastic conflict and giving rise to a new royal line. The wars were over. Now came the harder task, rebuilding a kingdom that had been left fractured, unstable, and financially exhausted. Henry ruled with caution, discipline, and a deep understanding of power. He rewarded loyalty, punished opposition, and made it clear that the crown, not the nobility, would once again be the dominant force in England. Rather than relying heavily on powerful lords, Henry preferred control. He took a direct interest in governance, becoming a meticulous and highly effective administrator. Where previous kings had ruled through delegation and patronage, Henry ruled through oversight and precision. His first priority was the treasury. Decades of war had drained royal finances, and restoring stability required careful management. Henry strengthened existing institutions like the Exchequer, but more importantly, he expanded the use of the chamber system, allowing the crown to handle finances more directly and efficiently. Under his rule, revenue increased steadily. He also pursued a policy of financial restraint. Unlike many of his predecessors, Henry avoided extravagant displays, preferring to build wealth rather than spend it. Through measures like the Acts of Resumption, he reclaimed lands previously granted away during the Wars of the Roses, bringing them back under royal control. But Henry's economic success was not limited to taxation. England's greatest asset was its wool. For generations, the English economy had shifted toward sheep farming, and by Henry's time, wool exports had become the backbone of the kingdom's wealth. Protecting and expanding this trade became a central priority. This led to one of his most important agreements, the Magnus Intercursus, or Great Agreement with Burgundy. After tensions had disrupted trade, particularly following Burgundy's support for the pretender Perkin Warbeck, Henry imposed a trade embargo. But the demand for English wool was too great to ignore. Negotiations followed, and the resulting treaty reopened trade on highly favorable terms for England, boosting royal income and strengthening the economy. Yet, despite growing stability, Henry's reign was not without threats. Two major pretenders challenged his rule. The first was Lambert Simnel, a boy put forward as a rival claimant. After defeating the rebellion, Henry showed unexpected mercy, sparing Simnel's life and placing him in a royal service. The second, Perkin Warbeck, proved far more dangerous. Backed by foreign powers and claiming to be one of the lost princes, Warbeck posed a serious challenge to Tudor authority. But like those before him, he was ultimately defeated. This time, Henry showed no leniency. Warbeck was executed, bringing an end to one of the most persistent threats to his rule. By the end of his reign, England had changed. Henry VII had restored stability, strengthened royal authority, and rebuilt the crown's finances. After decades of chaos, the kingdom was once again orderly, controlled, and increasingly prosperous. But his final years were marked by personal loss. His eldest son and heir, Arthur, died suddenly, shattering the future he had carefully planned. Not long after, his wife, Elizabeth of York, also passed away. These losses deeply affected the king. Once known for his restraint and composure, Henry withdrew from court life, and many noted that he never fully recovered from the deaths of his family. On April 21, 1509, Henry VII died. He was succeeded by his second son, Henry VIII, and with him, England was about to enter one of the most dramatic periods in its history. There is a strong case to be made that no English king is more famous than Henry VIII, an irony, considering he was never meant to rule at all. The crown was intended for his older brother, Arthur, Prince of Wales. Born in 1486, Arthur was raised from birth to be king. He was educated, trained in courtly life, and carefully prepared to succeed his father, Henry VII. By contrast, his younger brother Henry lived a far more carefree existence. Hunting, sport, music, and competition, these filled his youth, and for a long time he showed little interest in the burdens of kingship. At just 15, Arthur was married to Catherine of Aragon, daughter of the powerful Spanish monarchy, securing a valuable alliance between England and Spain. But the future of the dynasty changed almost overnight. Only months after their marriage, both Arthur and Catherine fell ill, most likely with the sweating sickness. Catherine recovered. Arthur did not. With his death, the Tudor succession was suddenly thrown onto the shoulders of his younger brother, a boy who had never been prepared to rule. History has not been kind to Henry VIII. He is often remembered for two defining features: his 6 marriages and his break from the Catholic Church. Popular portrayals depict him as gluttonous, volatile, and tyrannical, a far cry from the man who first took the throne. In his youth, Henry was everything a Renaissance prince was expected to be. He was athletic, charismatic, well-educated, and deeply religious. He spoke multiple languages, composed music, and excelled in both courtly and martial pursuits. Across Europe, he was admired as a model monarch. But beneath that image lay a different reality. Henry had little interest in the day-to-day work of governing. Administration bored him, and unlike his father, he showed little restraint when it came to spending. The vast wealth accumulated under Henry VII would, over time, begin to drain away. Government, instead, was left in the hands of his council. And those around him understood one thing clearly. The king's favor could elevate a man to the highest office, or destroy him just as quickly. Among those closest to Henry was Sir Thomas More, a learned scholar and trusted advisor, with whom the king shared a genuine intellectual bond. Yet, the true architect of early Tudor governance was another man entirely, Cardinal Thomas Wolsey. The son of a Suffolk merchant, Wolsey rose through the ranks of the church with extraordinary speed. Brilliant, ambitious, and ruthlessly efficient, he became Henry's chief minister, eventually holding multiple positions: Archbishop of York, Cardinal, Lord Chancellor, and even Papal Legate. For years, Wolsey effectively governed England on the king's behalf. Through diplomacy and careful management, he maintained England's position in European politics and kept the machinery of government running, even as Henry pursued war, prestige, and personal ambition. His rise was so remarkable that there were even serious discussions about elevating him to the papacy. At the same time, Europe itself was beginning to change. The early stirrings of what would become the Reformation were spreading across the continent. Scholars and reformers began to challenge the authority and practices of the Church, arguing that it had grown corrupt and distant from its spiritual foundations. England, too, felt these tremors. But Henry VIII was not one of these reformers. On the contrary, he was a committed Catholic and a defender of traditional doctrine. His eventual break with Rome would not come from theological conviction, but from something far more personal. Because at the heart of Henry's story lay a problem he could not ignore. After Arthur's death, Henry had received special dispensation from the Pope to marry his brother's widow, Catherine of Aragon, on the grounds that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. For many years, the union appeared strong. But as time passed, one critical issue emerged, an issue that would reshape not only Henry's reign, but the entire future of England. Henry desperately wanted a male heir. After more than 2 decades of marriage to Catherine of Aragon, the royal couple had produced only one surviving child, a daughter, Mary. For Henry, this was not enough. The future of the Tudor dynasty depended on a son. As the years passed, his frustration grew. His attention soon turned to Anne Boleyn, one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. Unlike others before her, Anne refused to become the king's mistress. If Henry wanted her, she made it clear he would have to marry her. The king turned once again to his chief minister, Cardinal Wolsey. Wolsey was tasked with securing an annulment from the Pope, a request that placed him in an impossible position. Catherine was not only Queen of England, but also the aunt of the powerful Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V. Granting the annulment would have major political consequences. The Pope refused. Henry was furious. Blaming Wolsey for his failure, the king stripped him of power and charged him with treason. Wolsey never stood trial. He died before he could be brought before the court, bringing an end to one of the most extraordinary political careers in English history. But Henry did not abandon his goal. Anne Boleyn had become pregnant, and the king was convinced that she carried the long-awaited male heir. Time was now against him. As long as his marriage to Catherine remained valid, any child born to Anne would be illegitimate. If Rome would not bend, Henry would find another way. Turning to Parliament, he began a series of legal and political maneuvers to sever England's dependence on papal authority. His marriage to Catherine was declared void, and he secretly married Anne. When the child was born, however, it was not the son Henry had hoped for. It was a daughter, the future Elizabeth I. Henry's actions sent shockwaves across Europe. His break with Rome was formalized in 1534 with the Act of Supremacy, which declared the king, not the Pope, as the supreme head of the Church of England. For the first time in centuries, the English Church stood independent of papal authority. This was not driven by religious reform, but by royal necessity. Yet the wider context made it possible. Across Europe, resentment toward the Church had been growing. Many saw it as wealthy, corrupt, and detached from ordinary people. The broader movement of the Reformation created an environment in which Henry's actions could take hold. With his new authority, Henry ruled with unprecedented power. Those who opposed him paid the price. Even men close to the king were not spared. Sir Thomas More, once a trusted friend and advisor, refused to accept Henry's supremacy over the Church. For this, he was tried and executed. Loyalty was no longer enough. Obedience was everything. Meanwhile, Henry's personal life grew increasingly unstable. When Anne Boleyn failed to produce a male heir, the king turned against her. Accused of adultery and treason, including allegations involving her own brother, she was arrested and executed. Henry moved on quickly. He married Jane Seymour, a quieter and more conventional figure, and at last, she gave him what he had long desired, a son, Edward. But the victory was short-lived. Jane died shortly after childbirth, and the infant heir's fragile health raised concerns about the future. Still, Henry continued. In 1540, he married Anne of Cleves for political reasons, but the match quickly failed, and the marriage was annulled within months. That same year, he married Catherine Howard, a young and lively noblewoman, but her fate mirrored that of Anne Boleyn. She too was executed. Henry's final marriage, to Catherine Parr, proved more stable. She outlived the king, becoming his last queen. By the end of his life, Henry VIII was a very different man from the young prince who had once captivated Europe. Older, increasingly isolated, and in declining health, he died in 1547 at the age of 55. He was buried at St. George's Chapel, Windsor, beside Jane Seymour, the mother of his long-awaited son. Henry VIII believed he had secured the future. He had a male heir, but the legacy he left behind, religious division, political instability, and a fragile line of succession, would soon plunge England into one of the most turbulent periods in its history, and in the end, only one of his children would truly secure his dynasty. Crowned in 1547 at just 9 years old, Edward VI was far too young to rule in his own right. Power instead fell to a regency council, dominated at first by his uncle, Edward Seymour, who took the title of Lord Protector. Edward was the youngest of Henry VIII's children, and the first English monarch to be raised fully Protestant. This would define his reign. From the beginning, the kingdom he inherited was unstable. His father had left behind a weakened treasury, strained by years of war and heavy spending. Under the Regency, England continued costly campaigns against Scotland in what became known as the Rough Wooing, draining resources without securing lasting gains. Economically, the situation worsened. Inflation rose, coinage was debased, and unrest spread among the population. But it was religion that would prove the most transformative and controversial aspect of Edward's rule. Where Henry VIII had broken from Rome but largely preserved Catholic doctrine, Edward's government moved far beyond that. England was to become unmistakably Protestant. Under Seymour, sweeping reforms were introduced. The Book of Common Prayer replaced the Latin Mass with services in English. Church practices were simplified, and clerical marriage was permitted. Through the Acts of Uniformity, attendance at the new form of worship became compulsory across the realm. These changes reshaped English religious life almost overnight, but they also provoked a resistance. Rebellions broke out, most notably in the West, where many still clung to traditional Catholic practices. The government responded with force, suppressing dissent and enforcing conformity. Even within the ruling circle, tensions grew. Seymour was eventually removed from power, replaced by John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, who continued and intensified Protestant reforms. All the while, the young king himself remained deeply committed to the cause, far more so than his father had ever been. Yet Edward's greatest weakness was something he could not control: his health. Frail, pale, and often ill, the king's condition steadily declined. By 1553, it was clear that he would not live long, and with no heir of his own, the question of succession became urgent. Edward feared what would come next. His half-sister Mary, the rightful heir, was a devout Catholic. If she took the throne, everything he had worked to build would be undone. Determined to preserve a Protestant England, Edward and his council devised a plan. They named his cousin, Lady Jane Grey, as his successor, bypassing both Mary and Elizabeth entirely. It was a bold and dangerous decision. When Edward VI died on July 6, 1553, at just 15 years old, England was once again thrown into uncertainty. The crown had been passed, but whether it would be accepted was another matter entirely. Lady Jane Grey never truly ruled. She was proclaimed queen, but never crowned, and her authority extended little beyond a small circle at court. Within days, the balance of power began to shift. That shift came in the form of Mary, daughter of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon. Acting with speed and determination, Mary gathered support in East Anglia and marched on London. As she advanced, her cause gained momentum. Nobles, soldiers, and common people alike began to rally to her banner, and the fragile regime built around Jane quickly collapsed. After just 9 days, Jane Grey was deposed. She would later be executed for treason. Mary had taken the throne, and with her accession, England saw its first undisputed reigning queen. But securing the crown was only the beginning. Her reign was immediately confronted by serious challenges. Abroad, England suffered a symbolic and strategic loss with the fall of Calais, its last remaining foothold on the European continent. After centuries of involvement in France, England was now, once again, an island power. At home, the situation was even more volatile. Mary was a devout Catholic. To her, Protestantism was not merely a theological disagreement, it was deeply personal. It had led to her mother's humiliation, her own displacement from the line of succession, and years of instability within the kingdom. Now, with power finally in her hands, she intended to reverse it. The religious pendulum swung once again. Protestant reforms introduced under her brother were rolled back, and those who refused to return to Catholicism faced persecution. Hundreds were executed, many burned at the stake as heretics. It was these actions that earned her the name history would remember: Bloody Mary. Yet, even with her authority, Mary did not rule unopposed. Parliament remained a limiting force, and tensions between crown and political elites persisted throughout her reign. Her efforts to fully restore Catholic dominance were often met with resistance, slowing and complicating her reforms. Her marriage only added to the unrest. Mary wed Philip of Spain, one of the most powerful Catholic monarchs in Europe. While the alliance strengthened her international position, it was deeply unpopular in England. Fears of foreign influence ran high, and Parliament moved quickly to limit Philip's power, ensuring he could not rule independently over the kingdom. The union brought stability abroad, but at home it brought suspicion, and it failed in one crucial way. Mary produced no heir. As her reign drew to a close, the issue of succession once again loomed over England. In 1558, the Queen fell gravely ill, and it became clear that her time was ending. With no children to succeed her, the crown would pass to her younger sister, a woman once declared illegitimate, a Protestant, Elizabeth. With the accession of Elizabeth I, the religious pendulum that had swung violently across England for decades shifted once more, this time firmly toward Protestantism. Elizabeth was crowned on January the 15th, 1559, inheriting a kingdom deeply divided by faith, politics, and years of instability. But unlike her predecessors, she possessed something England had been lacking for generations: patience, calculation, and a sharp instinct for balance. She understood that survival depended on compromise. Rather than impose a rigid religious vision, Elizabeth crafted a settlement designed to hold the country together. Through what became known as the Elizabethan religious settlement, the Church of England was re-established on Protestant foundations, but retained many familiar Catholic traditions in structure and ceremony. It was a careful middle path, one that eased tensions but did not eliminate them. Religion remained the greatest threat to her rule. Among her most dangerous rivals was her cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. As a Catholic and a direct descendant of Henry VII, Mary represented a powerful alternative claimant to the English throne. For many Catholics, she was the rightful queen. Elizabeth hesitated. Executing a fellow monarch and a blood relative was no small matter. Instead, Mary was held under long-term confinement. But even in captivity, she remained at the center of multiple plots against Elizabeth's life. Eventually, the evidence became impossible to ignore. In 1587, after years of hesitation, Elizabeth signed the warrant. Mary, Queen of Scots, was executed for treason. The decision removed a major internal threat, but it came at a cost. Across Europe, Catholic powers were outraged, and none more so than Spain. Relations between England and Spain had been deteriorating for decades. Religious differences, political rivalry, and lingering resentment dating back to the time of Catherine of Aragon and Philip of Spain had already strained the relationship. But it was the New World that pushed tensions to the breaking point. Spain had grown immensely wealthy through its American colonies, its treasure fleets carrying vast amounts of gold and silver across the Atlantic. England, lacking such an empire, turned instead to the sea. English privateers, effectively state-backed pirates, began attacking Spanish ships. Publicly, Elizabeth condemned them. Privately, she encouraged them. Figures like Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins became national heroes, disrupting Spanish trade and bringing wealth back to England. Spain could tolerate this no longer. In 1588, King Philip II assembled a massive invasion fleet, the Spanish Armada, with the goal of conquering England and restoring Catholic rule. With over 100 ships and tens of thousands of men, it was the largest naval force Europe had ever seen. And it was coming for England. When news reached London, fear spread quickly. The Armada was sighted off the coast of Plymouth, where English forces prepared to respond. According to legend, Drake was calmly finishing a game of bowls when informed of the approaching fleet, insisting he had time to finish before engaging the enemy. Whether true or not, the moment captured the confidence of the English response. The English fleet set sail. Rather than meet the Spanish in direct confrontation, they relied on speed and maneuverability. Their smaller, faster ships harassed the Armada, striking from a distance and avoiding close engagement. The battle had begun, and it would decide the fate of England. The Armada reached Calais largely intact, but that night everything changed. Knowing he could not defeat the Spanish fleet in a direct engagement, the English commanders turned to strategy. Under cover of darkness, they launched a bold and desperate tactic, sending fireships drifting into the anchored Spanish formation. The effect was immediate. Fearing explosion and chaos, the Spanish fleet broke formation, cutting their anchors and scattering into the open sea. Order was lost, and with it, the advantage they had carried across the channel. The following day, the two sides met again at the Battle of Gravelines. This time, the English pressed their advantage. Using their speed and maneuverability, they kept their distance, bombarding the Spanish ships with sustained cannon fire. The Spanish, built for boarding actions rather than artillery duels, struggled to respond effectively. The battle did not destroy the Armada outright, but it broke it. With formation shattered and supplies running low, the Spanish were forced to retreat northward into the North Sea, abandoning their plans to link up with invasion forces in the Low Countries. The English gave chase for a time, but soon turned back. The rest would be decided by nature. As the damaged Armada attempted to sail around Scotland and Ireland to return home, it encountered violent storms. Ships were wrecked against unfamiliar coasts, crews were lost, and what had once been the greatest fleet in Europe was reduced to fragments. By the time the survivors reached Spain, the Armada was no more. England had not just survived, it had prevailed. The victory transformed the kingdom's place in the world. Under Elizabeth, England began to emerge not merely as a European power, but as a maritime and global force. Investment in the Navy expanded, laying the foundation for future exploration and empire. At the same time, the country experienced a cultural flourishing. Playwrights like William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe filled London's theaters, whilst seafarers such as Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh pushed beyond the known world, exploring and exploiting new opportunities across the oceans. It was a golden age. Elizabeth's long reign brought a sense of stability that England had not known for generations. She was widely respected, even admired, by her subjects. And yet, one question remained unanswered. Elizabeth never married. She cultivated the image of the Virgin Queen, avoiding alliances that might compromise her authority. But this came at a cost. She left no direct heir. When she died in 1603, the Tudor line ended with her. But the future had already been decided. The crown passed to her cousin, James VI of Scotland, the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, the very woman Elizabeth had once ordered executed. With his accession as James I of England, the crowns of England and Scotland were united under a single monarch for the first time. On March 24, 1603, James VI of Scotland was crowned James I of England, becoming the first monarch to rule both kingdoms. But this was not yet a true union. England and Scotland remained separate states, each with its own parliament, laws, and institutions. James was not the king of a single nation, but a shared ruler of two distinct realms. Still, it was a beginning. Throughout his reign, James pushed for closer integration between the two kingdoms, envisioning a unified Britain. But while the idea was ambitious, it proved difficult to realize in practice. Instead, his rule would be defined less by unity and more by tension. Religion remained at the center of English politics. James supported the Protestant establishment, continuing the direction set under Elizabeth. Early in his reign, he commissioned a new English translation of the Bible, the King James Bible, a work that would become one of the most influential texts in the English-speaking world. Celebrated for its poetic language and clarity, it spread rapidly and played a major role in shaping both religious life and the English language itself. But beneath this cultural achievement, divisions remained. In 1604, James expelled Catholic priests from England, a move that deepened resentment among the Catholic minority. Among some, frustration began to turn into something far more dangerous. In the shadows, a group of conspirators began to gather. Late one night, in a quiet inn in Northamptonshire, 11 men met in secret. Driven by faith and desperation, they devised a plan that, if successful, would change England forever. They would destroy the heart of the English government. Their plan was simple and devastating. Barrels of gunpowder would be hidden beneath the Houses of Parliament, and on the day of its opening, the entire building, along with the king, his council, and much of the political elite, would be obliterated in a single explosion. It became known as the Gunpowder Plot. For weeks, the conspirators worked in silence, moving barrels into position under cover of darkness. By early November, everything was ready. All they had to do was wait. But the plan unraveled. An anonymous letter, sent as a warning, alerted the authorities. On the morning of November 5th, royal guards searched the cellars beneath Parliament, and there they found a man standing watch among the barrels. His name was Guy Fawkes. He was arrested and subjected to brutal interrogation. After days of torture, he revealed the names of his fellow conspirators. One by one, they were hunted down, captured, and executed. The plot had failed. Across London, bonfires were lit in celebration, a tradition that continues in England to this day. But the consequences were immediate. Where James had once shown a degree of tolerance toward Catholics, the plot hardened his stance. A new wave of anti-Catholic laws followed, and suspicion toward Catholics intensified across the realm. Religious division, rather than fading, had only deepened. And yet, the king's greatest challenge was not religion, it was power. By the early 17th century, Parliament had grown stronger than ever before. Its influence over taxation and governance was increasing, and many within it were unwilling to accept unchecked royal authority. James, however, believed firmly in the divine right of kings. To him, monarchy was absolute. He openly questioned why such an institution as Parliament had been allowed to exist with the power it held, insisting that it was not for subjects to debate the will of their king. Tension simmered, but during James's lifetime, it did not yet explode. Through compromise, and perhaps restraint, the balance between Crown and Parliament held. England remained largely peaceful, even as underlying divisions continued to grow. At the same time, the kingdom expanded its reach. In 1607, England established its first permanent settlement in the New World, Jamestown in Virginia, marking the beginning of what would become a vast colonial empire. Meanwhile, English culture continued to flourish, building on the foundations of the Elizabethan age. But beneath the surface, the cracks were widening. By the end of his life, James's health had deteriorated, weakened by years of excess. He died on March 27, 1625. At his funeral, it was said that he had lived and died in peace. But the kingdom he left behind was anything but stable. Religious division, political tension, and growing distrust between Crown and Parliament had all been left unresolved. His son would inherit more than a throne. He would inherit a crisis. Charles I was about to take the crown, and with it, a kingdom on the brink of collapse. Crowned on March 27, 1625, Charles I ascended the throne of England, Scotland, and Ireland before a vast crowd at Westminster Abbey. Like his father before him, Charles believed firmly in the divine right of kings. To him, monarchy was not a partnership, it was absolute, and from the very beginning, his reign was defined by conflict. The first major clash came in 1627, when Charles attempted to raise taxes without parliamentary approval. Parliament responded swiftly, issuing the Petition of Right in 1628, a document that directly challenged the king's authority. Its message was clear: no taxation without Parliament. For Charles, this was unacceptable. Rather than compromise, he chose confrontation. He dissolved Parliament and ruled alone. For the next 11 years, in what became known as the personal rule, Charles governed without parliamentary oversight. He imposed controversial taxes, passed laws unilaterally, and stretched royal authority to its limits. The result was growing resentment. Across the kingdom, opposition began to build, not just politically but socially and religiously. Thousands chose to leave. During these years, tens of thousands of English subjects emigrated, many crossing the Atlantic to the New World. They were not only escaping heavy taxation, but seeking something else entirely: religious freedom. At the heart of this movement were the Puritans. Emerging from the broader Calvinist tradition, they believed the Church of England had not gone far enough in breaking from Catholic practices. To them, the Church remained too ceremonial, too traditional, too Catholic. They wanted reform. The Crown demanded uniformity. Under Archbishop William Laud, efforts were made to enforce strict religious conformity, emphasizing ritual, hierarchy, and ceremony. For many Puritans, this felt like a step backward. Tensions deepened. Religion and politics became inseparable. At the same time, Charles's financial policies only worsened the situation. One of the most controversial was ship money, a tax historically levied on coastal towns for naval defense, now extended across the entire country. It was widely seen as an abuse of royal power, and it pushed opposition into open resistance. By the late 1630s, Charles was running out of options. He needed money. Reluctantly, he turned back to Parliament. In 1640, he summoned what became known as the Short Parliament. But it lasted only 3 weeks. Parliament refused to grant funds until their grievances were addressed. Charles dissolved it. But events had already spiraled beyond his control. A rebellion erupted in Scotland. Faced with war and no funds to fight it, Charles had no choice but to call Parliament again. This time, things would be different. What followed would not last weeks. It would last decades. The Long Parliament had begun. It became increasingly clear that King Charles was losing his grip on power. With every passing month, Parliament grew bolder. Their demands became more ambitious, and the king refused them all. What had been years of tension, stretching back to the reign of his father, finally broke. In 1642, England descended into open war. The English Civil War had begun. The kingdom split in two. On one side stood Parliament, the Roundheads, largely supported by the Protestant middle classes, merchants, and reformers. On the other stood the king, the Cavaliers, backed by the nobility, much of the clergy, and large portions of the rural population. It was not just a war for power, it was a war for the future of England. The early years were uncertain. Battles were fought across the country, but few proved decisive. For many, life carried on almost unchanged. In fact, when armies gathered at Marston Moor in 1644, one local farmer, unaware of the scale of events, is said to have asked in confusion, "What? Have they fallen out then?" But what was about to unfold on his land would change everything. That same year, Parliament achieved its first major breakthrough. At the center of it stood a rising figure, Oliver Cromwell. Originally a relatively minor landowner, Cromwell transformed Parliament's scattered forces into a disciplined professional army. His cavalry, hardened and well-trained, proved devastating on the battlefield. At the Battle of Marston Moor, the king's forces were decisively defeated. The north of England fell into parliamentary hands. The tide had turned. A year later, in 1645, the two sides met again at the Battle of Naseby. This time, there was no ambiguity. The royal army was crushed, its forces shattered, its resources depleted, and its command structure broken. The king's cause collapsed. One by one, royal strongholds fell. The war, in practical terms, was over, but the conflict itself was not. Parliament marched back into London, not united, but divided. During the war, its cause had grown increasingly radical. What had begun as a struggle to limit the king's power was now becoming something far more extreme. Many no longer believed compromise was possible. Archbishop William Laud, a symbol of royal religious authority, had already been executed in 1645. Now, voices within Parliament began calling for something unthinkable: the execution of the king himself. To them, it was the only way to prevent tyranny from returning. In 1649, Charles I was brought to trial in Westminster. It was a moment without precedent. A king, tried by his own subjects. But Charles refused to recognize the court. He remained defiant to the end, insisting on his divine right to rule and rejecting every demand placed before him. For the radicals, this was confirmation. There would be no compromise. Found guilty of treason by a parliament whose authority he denied, Charles was sentenced to death. On January 30th, 1649, outside the banqueting house at Whitehall, the king was led to the scaffold. Before a silent and stunned crowd, he was executed. With a single stroke, the age of absolute monarchy in England came to an end. For the first time in over 1,000 years, the kingdom stood without a king. England was no longer a monarchy, it was a commonwealth. The execution of the king did not just end a life, it fundamentally changed the nature of power in England. In the hours that followed, the House of Commons hastily passed a bill declaring itself the sole source of authority in the realm. On paper, England was now ruled by Parliament. In reality, however, power lay firmly in the hands of one man, Oliver Cromwell. Having proven himself the most capable military commander of the Civil War, Cromwell retained control of the army, and with it, the means to enforce his will. The monarchy had been abolished, but the threat it represented had not yet disappeared. Shortly after his father's execution, Charles II landed in Scotland and attempted to reclaim the throne, rallying support before marching south in the hope of restoring royal authority. But Cromwell moved quickly. In 1651, at the Battle of Worcester, he decisively defeated the Royalist army, forcing Charles to flee once again into exile in France. With the last serious challenge removed, attention turned back to London, where a different crisis was unfolding. The so-called Rump Parliament, which had taken control after the war, proved incapable of governing effectively. Endless debates, internal divisions, and a lack of decisive leadership frustrated Cromwell, who had little patience for political stagnation. In 1653, he reached his limit. Marching into Parliament with soldiers, he forcibly dissolved it, declaring it unfit to rule. In its place, Cromwell established a new system, the Protectorate, an executive government that would rule England directly. And at its head stood Cromwell himself, taking the title of Lord Protector. Though England was no longer a monarchy in name, in practice, very little had changed. Cromwell ruled with authority that rivaled, and in many ways mirrored, that of the king he had helped overthrow. Under his leadership, the country was reshaped according to strict Puritan principles, and daily life became increasingly regulated. Church attendance was enforced, traditional entertainments were suppressed, gambling houses and brothels were shut down, and even long-standing cultural practices were targeted. Most famously, Christmas was banned, seen as an unnecessary and corrupting excess. What had begun as a struggle for liberty was now, for many, beginning to feel like control. Cromwell summoned Parliament when he needed funds, but dismissed it whenever it challenged his authority, reinforcing the sense that England had merely exchanged one form of absolute rule for another. Despite his strength, however, the system he built depended almost entirely on him. When Cromwell died on September 3, 1658, he was buried in Westminster Abbey, an honor usually reserved for kings. But his legacy proved far less stable than his power. His son, Richard Cromwell, briefly succeeded him, but lacked both his father's authority and the support of the army. Within months, he was forced from power, and the protectorate began to collapse. After years of rigid rule and political uncertainty, the mood of the nation shifted. England no longer wanted experiments. It wanted stability. It wanted its king back. In 1660, Charles II returned from exile and was restored to the throne, marking the end of the Commonwealth and the return of the monarchy. But the memory of Cromwell lingered, and it was not a forgiving one. In a final act of symbolic vengeance, his body was exhumed from Westminster Abbey, hanged at Tyburn, and his severed head displayed publicly for years, a stark reminder of what had happened when England tried to live without a king. And yet, the impact of this period could not be undone. The Commonwealth had reshaped the political landscape, exposing the dangers of unchecked power, whether held by a monarch or by Parliament, and permanently altering the relationship between ruler and state. England had restored its king, but it would never again be the same. Far less rigid and uncompromising than his father, Charles II returned to England not just as a king, but as a symbol of restoration. After years of civil war, execution, and strict Puritan rule, the monarchy was back, and with it, a sense of relief. Unlike Charles I, the new king was willing to compromise. He accepted many of the limitations on royal power that his father had resisted so fiercely, and as a result, the relationship between Crown and Parliament improved noticeably. But perhaps the most immediate change was felt not in politics, but in everyday life. The rigid moral code of the Commonwealth was swept aside. Theaters reopened. Alehouses filled once again. Music, dance, and public celebrations returned to the streets. After years of restraint, England seemed to breathe again. It was a cultural revival. But beneath the surface, serious challenges remained. England's position at sea had weakened. The costly conflicts with the Dutch, particularly the Second Anglo-Dutch War, exposed the fragility of the English navy and confirmed the Dutch Republic as a dominant maritime power. And then came disaster. In 1665, the Great Plague of London swept through the capital, killing tens of thousands and devastating the population. The city had barely begun to recover when, in the following year, catastrophe struck again. The Great Fire of London tore through the city, consuming vast swathes of it in flames. Streets, homes, and entire districts were reduced to ash. For many, it was ruin. And yet, from destruction came opportunity. The fire cleared away much of the overcrowded and unsanitary medieval city, allowing for rebuilding on a new scale. Streets were widened, construction improved, and London began to take on a more modern form. Among the most iconic projects was the rebuilding of St. Paul's Cathedral, which would rise again as one of the great architectural landmarks of England. At the same time, the machinery of government itself was evolving. During Charles's reign, England moved closer toward a cabinet-style system, and early political groupings began to emerge, the precursors to the Whigs and Tories. The country was changing, becoming more structured, more political, and in many ways more modern. To many observers, England appeared to be leading Europe, not just in power, but in culture and governance. But one issue refused to fade: religion. In 1678, the so-called Popish Plot, a supposed Catholic conspiracy to assassinate the king and restore Catholic rule, ignited widespread fear and hysteria. Though largely fabricated, it fueled intense anti-Catholic sentiment across the kingdom. Catholics were barred from Parliament, and suspicion toward them deepened even further. Once again, religion threatened to divide the nation. And yet, despite these tensions, Charles himself remained popular. He was approachable, charismatic, and far more flexible than his father had ever been. His court, however, gained a reputation for excess and moral looseness, drawing criticism from more conservative elements of society. His personal life was equally complex. Though married to Catherine of Braganza, he produced no legitimate heirs. However, he openly acknowledged numerous illegitimate children, a reflection of both his personality and the culture of his court. When Charles II died on February 6, 1685, the question of succession was clear. With no legitimate heir, the crown passed to his brother, a man very different from him in both character and belief. James II was about to take the throne, and with him, the fragile balance of the kingdom would once again be tested. James II was crowned King of England in 1685, succeeding his brother Charles II without serious opposition. Unlike his predecessor, however, James did not attempt to balance competing interests. He was openly and unabashedly Catholic. At first, this was tolerated. Parliament had accepted his personal faith, hoping that, like others before him, he would rule pragmatically and avoid provoking religious conflict. But James had no such intention. He began pushing policies designed to ease restrictions on Catholics and elevate them within the state, moves that immediately alarmed both political factions. The Whigs and Tories, often divided on most issues, now found common ground in their opposition to the king. Support for James began to erode, and events soon gave his critics an opportunity. In 1685, James Scott, Duke of Monmouth, the illegitimate son of Charles II, landed in Somerset and declared himself the rightful king. Backed largely by farmers and laborers, his rebellion was passionate but poorly organized. It ended quickly. At the Battle of Sedgemoor, Monmouth's forces were crushed in what would become the last major battle fought on English soil. What followed was far worse. In a series of trials known as the Bloody Assizes, presided over by the notorious Judge Jeffreys, hundreds of rebels were executed or brutally punished. The harshness of these reprisals shocked the nation and further damaged the king's reputation. Fear began to replace loyalty, but it was not rebellion that ultimately sealed James's fate. It was succession. When the king's wife gave birth to a son, the prospect of a Catholic dynasty suddenly became real. What had once been a temporary concern was now a permanent threat. For many in England's political elite, this was unacceptable. Action was taken. A group of influential figures quietly reached out across the Channel, inviting William of Orange, a Protestant leader from the Dutch Republic, and his wife Mary, James's own daughter, to intervene. In 1688, William landed in England with an army. What followed was not a bloody civil war. It was something far more decisive. As William advanced, support for James collapsed. Key nobles, officers, and even members of his own circle abandoned him. Faced with overwhelming opposition, the king chose not to fight. He fled. James escaped to France, where he was received by Louis XIV and allowed to live out the rest of his life in exile. The revolution had been swift, and almost bloodless. It would come to be known as the Glorious Revolution. For the second time in less than 50 years, England had removed its king. But this time the outcome would be very different. It is important to understand that William of Orange and Mary were not simple usurpers. Mary was the eldest daughter of James II, and William himself was closely tied to the Stuart line as a grandson of Charles I. By blood alone, their claim to the English throne was strong. But it was not lineage that secured their rule, it was religion. Both William and Mary were firmly Protestant at a time when England feared a return to Catholic dominance. William, in particular, had built his reputation on the continent as a defender of Protestant Europe, leading wars against the powerful Catholic King Louis XIV. Together, they were not just rulers. They were a solution. The two were crowned as co-monarchs, ruling jointly over England, an unusual arrangement that reflected the extraordinary circumstances of their accession. In practice, however, their roles were divided. William spent much of his reign abroad, engaged in the 9 Years' War, while Mary governed in England, and she proved more than capable. As regent, Mary ruled with decisiveness and authority, earning respect from both Parliament and the people. For the first time since the days of Elizabeth, there was a sense of stability between crown and government. Conflict gave way to cooperation. Parliament, now more confident than ever, moved to define the limits of royal power. In 1689, it passed one of the most significant documents in English history, the Bill of Rights. Its implications were profound. The monarch could no longer rule without Parliament. Laws could not be suspended at will. Taxes could not be raised without consent. And crucially, it reinforced that England would remain a Protestant monarchy, excluding Catholics from the throne. Power had shifted, not abolished, but redefined. The age of absolute monarchy in England was over. Neither William nor Mary resisted these changes. They accepted the new balance, ruling within a system that now placed Parliament at the heart of governance. But peace did not mean the absence of danger. Supporters of the deposed James II, known as the Jacobites, refused to accept the new regime. To them, kingship was divine, not contractual, and James remained the rightful ruler. Rebellion followed. In Scotland and Ireland, Jacobite uprisings sought to restore James to the throne. William responded decisively, leading campaigns to suppress the rebellions and secure his rule. Though defeated, the Jacobite cause would linger for decades, a constant reminder that the revolution was not universally accepted. Back in England, however, the system held. Mary died of smallpox in 1694, leaving William to rule alone. Despite the loss, the structure of government remained stable, and the partnership between Crown and Parliament endured. Yet one final issue loomed: succession. William and Mary had no children, and with the death of their heir, Prince William, Duke of Gloucester, the future of the monarchy once again became uncertain. Determined to prevent any return of a Catholic line, Parliament and the king looked to the next Protestant heir. The choice fell to Anne, Mary's sister, and another daughter of James II. When William died in 1702, weakened by illness after a riding accident, the transition was smooth. He left behind a kingdom transformed. The tensions that had once torn England apart had not disappeared, but they had been contained within a new system. The monarchy endured, but no longer stood above the law. England had changed, and it would not go back. Queen Anne now took the throne, inheriting not a fractured realm, but a stable and increasingly powerful state. Queen Anne was no outsider to power. By the time she ascended the throne in 1702, she had already spent years at the heart of court life, establishing herself among England's political elite and earning the support of influential nobles and statesmen. Her reign began with strong alliances, most notably with Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, and her husband John Churchill. Through this connection, the Churchills rose rapidly to prominence. John Churchill, a brilliant military commander, secured his place in history during the War of the Spanish Succession, where his victories elevated England's standing on the European stage. The family's legacy would endure for generations, eventually culminating in Winston Churchill, who would lead Britain through the Second World War. But Anne's relationship with Sarah did not last. Over time, tensions grew between the Queen and her once closest confidant, and their eventual falling out marked a shift in the balance of influence at court. Yet, while court politics ebbed and flowed, one achievement of Anne's reign would define her place in history above all others: union. For centuries, England and Scotland had shared a monarch, but remained separate kingdoms, divided by law, parliament, and identity. Anne sought to change that. From the very beginning of her reign, she expressed a clear desire to unite the island under a single state. In 1707, she succeeded. Through the Act of Union, the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of Scotland were formally joined to create a new political entity, Great Britain. It was a turning point. A new flag, later known as the Union Jack, came to symbolize this union, and for the first time, the island was governed as a single sovereign power. At the same time, Britain was expanding beyond its shores. The Navy, strengthened in the wake of earlier conflicts, had grown into one of the most formidable forces in Europe. Overseas territories in the Americas were becoming increasingly valuable, driven by trade, agriculture, and the rapidly expanding colonial economy. Britain was no longer just a kingdom. It was becoming an empire. Domestically, however, politics remained deeply divided. Anne, a committed Anglican, favored the Tory party, aligning herself with those who supported the established church. But the Whigs, strengthened by the ongoing European conflicts, increasingly challenged this dominance. Tensions came to a head in 1710, when Anne dismissed many leading Whig politicians, frustrated by their aggressive push to continue war on the continent. Even in a time of growth, division remained, and while the kingdom prospered, the Queen herself endured a life marked by personal tragedy. She lost her husband, Prince George of Denmark, early in her reign, a blow from which she never fully recovered. Her health steadily declined in the years that followed. She suffered from chronic illness, gained significant weight, and in her final years was weakened to the point where she could barely function. Her greatest sorrow, however, was her failure to secure an heir. Despite numerous pregnancies, none of her children survived. By the end of her life, the question of succession once again threatened stability. With Catholics barred from the throne, the search for a Protestant successor led beyond the immediate royal line. The choice fell to George of Hanover. On August 1, 1714, Queen Anne died, bringing an end not just to her reign, but to the Stuart dynasty itself. A new house would now take the throne, and with it, Britain would enter an entirely new era. For the first time since William the Conqueror nearly 7 centuries earlier, England once again found itself ruled by a truly foreign monarch. George I arrived from Hanover not as a natural heir to English tradition, but as a political necessity, a Protestant ruler chosen to secure the stability of the realm. On paper, he seemed acceptable. In reality, he was deeply unsuited to rule Britain. He did not speak English. He had little understanding of the country he now governed, and perhaps most importantly, he showed very little interest in ruling it at all. Decision-making came slowly to him, and governance even less so. Faced with a system he neither fully understood nor cared to master, George gradually withdrew from the daily mechanics of rule. Authority began to drift, not through revolution, but through neglect, into the hands of a small group of trusted ministers. What emerged from this quiet shift was something entirely new, the early form of what would later become the office of the Prime Minister, and alongside it, the foundation of the cabinet system that still defines British government today. George was crowned on October 20th, 1714. But before his reign could settle into routine, an old threat resurfaced in the north: the Jacobites. Supporters of the exiled Stuart line once again rose in Scotland, seeking to restore James Francis Edward Stuart, the son of James II, to the throne. Like previous uprisings, the rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. The king's forces suppressed it, and the so-called Old Pretender fled into exile in France, continuing a pattern that had defined the Stuart cause for decades. But while the military threat was contained, a far more dangerous crisis was already unfolding in London: money. The crown was deeply in debt following years of war, particularly the War of the Spanish Succession. Among those owed vast sums was John Churchill, whose campaigns had been funded largely on credit, with the expectation that victory would bring repayment. But the money simply wasn't there. Faced with mounting obligations and an empty treasury, the king and his advisors devised a bold and ultimately disastrous solution: the creation of the South Sea Company. In theory, it was brilliant. The company would absorb the national debt, some £31 million, and convert it into shares, which could then be sold to investors. The promise of immense profits from overseas trade drove demand to frenzy levels. Stock prices soared, but the wealth was an illusion. The company had little real substance behind it. Its value was built almost entirely on speculation, and like all such bubbles, it could not last. When confidence collapsed, so did the market. The South Sea bubble burst, wiping out fortunes, devastating investors, and plunging the government into chaos. London was thrown into panic. Parliament was shaken. Public trust shattered. One of the leading ministers, James Stanhope, reportedly collapsed and died under the strain of defending the government during the crisis. Amid the wreckage, one man rose: Robert Walpole. Calm, methodical, and politically astute, Walpole took control of the situation. He reorganized the debt, stabilized the financial system, and gradually restored confidence in government. In doing so, he became something unprecedented. Not officially in title, but in reality, Britain's first Prime Minister. From this moment on, power in Britain would never fully return to the monarch. The aftermath of the crisis also led to a crucial institutional shift. The Bank of England took on a far greater role in managing state finances, laying the groundwork for what would become one of the most stable and sophisticated financial systems in the world. As for King George I, the damage to his reputation was severe. Already distant and unpopular, he now appeared disconnected and indulgent, a ruler more concerned with his life in Hanover and the pleasures of court than with the fate of his kingdom. By the time of his death in 1727, his authority had been quietly but permanently diminished. He died of a stroke while visiting his native Hanover, the most recent British monarch to be buried outside of Great Britain. But his reign, though often criticized, marked a turning point. Not because of what he achieved, but because of what he allowed to change. Under George I, Britain ceased to be a kingdom ruled by the will of a monarch, and began its transformation into a state governed by ministers, parliament, and system. His son, George II, would inherit the crown, but not the power that once came with it. George II followed closely in the footsteps of his father. Like George I before him, he was unmistakably German in both upbringing and outlook. In fact, he remains the most recent British monarch to have been born outside of Great Britain. And much like his father, he felt far more at home in Hanover than in London. It was there, on the continent, that George exercised real authority, because in Britain that authority was slipping away. By the time George II came to the throne in 1727, the transformation of the monarchy was already well underway. The day-to-day governance of the kingdom no longer rested in the hands of the king, but in those of Parliament and its ministers, chief among them the Prime Minister. For George, this was a source of constant frustration. He was still king in name, still the figurehead of the realm, but his ability to shape domestic policy was limited. His influence survived mainly in foreign affairs and matters of war, areas where a monarch could still exert some personal authority. And it was through war that George II would leave his mark. One of the most significant challenges of his reign came in the form of the final Jacobite uprising. Led by Charles Edward Stuart, the young pretender and grandson of James II, the Jacobite cause made one last desperate attempt to restore the Stuart dynasty. The rebellion began in Scotland. Gathering support among Highland clans, Charles raised an army and marched south into England, hoping to ignite a wider uprising against the Hanoverian monarchy. His plan depended on one critical assumption: that England was ready to rise. It wasn't. Despite reaching as far south as Derby, the Jacobite army found little to no support among the English population. Uncertainty and poor leadership began to plague the campaign, and with royal forces closing in, Charles made the fateful decision to retreat north. There, in 1746, the rebellion met its end. At the Battle of Culloden, government forces under Prince William Augustus crushed the Jacobite army in a swift and brutal confrontation. It was not just a defeat, it was annihilation. Orders were given to show no mercy, even to the wounded. The aftermath was ruthless. Jacobite supporters were hunted down, executed, or driven from their lands. The Highlands were systematically subdued, and traditional clan structures were dismantled. For his actions, Cumberland earned a lasting nickname: Butcher Cumberland. Charles himself escaped the slaughter, fleeing once again to France, where he would live out the remainder of his life in decline and obscurity. Culloden marked the end. The Jacobite dream, and with it, any serious challenge to the Hanoverian dynasty, was finally extinguished. And yet, what this uprising revealed was perhaps even more significant than its outcome: the lack of widespread support. Despite the king's unpopularity, there was no great desire among the people to overthrow him. Britain, for the average citizen, was stable, functional, and increasingly prosperous. Power no longer depended on the monarch alone. It rested in the system. While the king struggled with diminishing influence at home, Britain was rising to unprecedented heights abroad. The British East India Company expanded its dominance in India, defeating combined French and local forces and securing a near monopoly over trade in the region. At the same time, a far greater conflict was unfolding across the globe: the 7 Years' War. Fought across Europe, North America, Africa, and Asia, it became the first truly global war in history. Britain emerged victorious, seizing vast territories from France, including Canada, Florida, Senegal, Grenada, and lands east of the Mississippi. By the end of the conflict, one thing was clear: Great Britain was no longer just a European power. It was becoming a global empire. Yet, for all this expansion and success, George II himself did not command the same admiration. In his later years, his health deteriorated significantly. He grew partially blind, increasingly deaf, and spent long stretches confined to bed. By the time of his death in 1760, at the age of 77, he had become a distant and somewhat diminished figure. He died suddenly after collapsing at Kensington Palace. With his son, Frederick, Prince of Wales, having predeceased him, the crown passed to his grandson, George III. George II's legacy is a complicated one. He presided over one of the most successful periods of expansion in British history, yet exercised little control over it. His reign confirmed a reality that had been emerging for decades. The age of powerful monarchs was ending, and something new had taken its place, a system that would soon be tested like never before. George III ascended the throne in 1760, and though few could have known it at the time, his reign would become one of the most turbulent and defining in British history. Unlike his father and grandfather, George was not a foreign king ruling from afar. He was born in Britain. He spoke English. He was raised within the kingdom he would one day govern. To many, this signaled hope, the return of a truly British monarch. But that hope would soon be tested, because George III carried within him a different kind of instability. Throughout his life, the king was plagued by recurring bouts of severe mental illness, episodes so debilitating that they rendered him incapable of ruling. During these periods, the machinery of government faltered, and uncertainty spread through Westminster. It earned him a lasting and cruel nickname, Mad King George. More than once, Parliament considered removing him entirely and replacing him with his son, the Prince of Wales. And yet, each time, the king would recover just enough to reclaim his authority, delaying what seemed inevitable. While the king battled his own mind, his kingdom faced crises on every front. The first great shock came across the Atlantic, the American War of Independence. For years, tensions had been building between Britain and its 13 American colonies. By 1783, those tensions erupted into a decisive break. The colonies won their independence, and the United States of America was born. For Britain, it was a devastating loss. An empire had been fractured. Closer to home, unrest simmered as well. In 1780, London was rocked by the Gordon Riots, a violent explosion of anti-Catholic sentiment that left parts of the capital burned and looted after days of chaos. It was a stark reminder that religious divisions, long thought to be fading, still ran deep beneath the surface of British society. Ireland, too, became a source of tension. In 1798, the United Irishmen rose in rebellion, demanding autonomy from British rule. The uprising was crushed at the Battle of Vinegar Hill, but the response was not simply repression. 2 years later, in 1801, Ireland was formally incorporated into the state. The Kingdom of Great Britain became the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, a political union that still shapes the British Isles today. Yet even these events were overshadowed by a far greater conflict unfolding across Europe: the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. From revolutionary general to emperor, Napoleon reshaped the continent through war, forcing Britain into a prolonged and global struggle that would come to define an era, the Napoleonic Wars. Britain's strength lay at sea. Victories at the Battle of the Nile and, most famously, the Battle of Trafalgar secured British naval dominance and ensured that no invasion of the island would succeed. On land, British forces, alongside their allies, gradually pushed Napoleon back, culminating in his final defeat at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. With that victory, Britain emerged as the dominant global power, but triumph abroad masked turmoil at home. During George III's reign, another transformation was taking place, quieter, but no less revolutionary. The Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, factories, and mechanized production began to reshape the British economy. Entire ways of life disappeared almost overnight. For many, progress came at a cost. Jobs vanished. Communities fractured. Unrest spread. The most visible expression of this anger came in the form of the Luddite movement, where workers destroyed machines they believed were stealing their livelihoods. Combined with the economic strain of decades of war, Britain entered a period of deep social tension, marked by unemployment, hardship, and protest. The government's response was firm and often brutal. Dissent was suppressed, frequently by force, as authorities sought to maintain order in a rapidly changing society. All the while, the king's condition worsened. His episodes of madness grew longer and more severe, until finally, in 1810, Parliament could no longer ignore reality. George III was no longer capable of ruling. His son, George IV, was appointed as Prince Regent, effectively taking control of the kingdom while his father remained king in name only. George III would live for another decade, removed from power and largely from public life. When he died in 1820 at the age of 81, he left behind a legacy unlike any other monarch. He had lost an empire and overseen the birth of another. Under his reign, Britain transformed from a European kingdom into a global superpower, forged through war, industry, and upheaval. George IV was no stranger to power by the time he officially became king. Since 1810, he had already ruled as Prince Regent, governing in place of his father, George III, whose declining mental health had made him incapable of ruling. So, when George ascended the throne in 1820, it marked less the beginning of a new era and more the continuation of one already well underway. What did change, however, was the tone. George IV quickly became known as a man of excess. Impulsive, extravagant, and deeply self-indulgent. He reveled in luxury, spent vast sums on personal pleasure, and carried himself in a way many felt was unbecoming of a monarch. And yet, despite his reputation, he left a lasting cultural legacy. One of his most striking achievements was the construction of the Royal Pavilion, an exotic, East Asian-inspired palace on the English coast. At the time, its lavish and unconventional design divided opinion, but it has since become one of Britain's most iconic architectural landmarks. He also oversaw major renovations to Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle, transforming them into symbols of royal grandeur and prestige. But behind the splendor lay a deeply controversial personal life. George was charming, cultured, and notoriously fond of women. While royal mistresses were nothing new, his conduct pushed boundaries. His alleged secret marriage to Maria Fitzherbert caused a particular scandal, as it directly violated royal law and protocol. Once celebrated as the first gentleman of England, George faced a dramatic shift in public opinion after becoming king. The turning point came with his treatment of his wife, Caroline of Brunswick. On the day of his coronation in 1821, he attempted to bar her from attending the ceremony. He then sought to divorce her, but under British law, this required proof of adultery. Unable to obtain it, George attempted to force the issue through Parliament with the Bill of Pains and Penalties, effectively putting his own wife on a public trial. The scandal gripped the nation. The press covered every detail, and public sympathy overwhelmingly sided with Caroline. Although the bill narrowly passed, the backlash was so severe that the government withdrew it to prevent further damage to the monarchy. By then, however, the damage was already done. George IV's court became synonymous with excess, scandal, and moral decay. His credibility as a ruler weakened, and his relationship with both Parliament and the public deteriorated. Meanwhile, the power of the monarchy continued its gradual decline. One of the clearest examples came with Catholic emancipation, a reform that restored civil rights to Catholics, allowing them to vote, hold office, and sit in Parliament. Despite George's strong personal opposition, he was forced to accept it, demonstrating just how limited royal authority had become. At the same time, Britain continued to modernize. It was during his reign that Robert Peel established London's first professional police force, a major step toward the modern state. But while the country evolved, the king himself deteriorated. Years of indulgence took a heavy toll on his health. He gained significant weight, became increasingly reclusive, and was widely mocked for his appearance and lifestyle. By the end of his reign, George IV had become a deeply unpopular figure. He died on June 26, 1830, surrounded by his attendants. A contemporary aide reportedly wrote of him, "A more contemptible, cowardly, selfish, unfeeling dog does not exist. This I believe to be one of the worst kings." With his only legitimate daughter having died years earlier, the crown passed to his younger brother, William IV. William IV, often remembered as the Sailor King, brought with him a very different kind of background to the British throne. Unlike his predecessors, William had spent much of his life not in court, but at sea, serving in the Royal Navy. By the time he inherited the crown in 1830, at the age of 64, he was already a seasoned figure, practical, experienced, and far less theatrical than his brother George IV. His reign would be short, but far from insignificant. Though William himself was not a dominant political force, the years he occupied the throne proved to be deeply transformative for British society. Across the country, sweeping reforms began to reshape everyday life. The poor laws were overhauled, centralizing relief efforts and establishing workhouses intended to manage poverty more systematically. While controversial, these reforms laid important groundwork for what would eventually become Britain's modern welfare system. At the same time, the darker side of industrialization began to face scrutiny. For decades, child labor had been widespread and largely unregulated. That changed with the Factory Act of 1833, which restricted the employment of children in factories and marked a turning point in labor reform. Even more significant was the passage of the Slavery Abolition Act in that same year. Slavery was formally outlawed across the British Empire, a monumental step with global consequences. Though it is worth noting that William himself was not a strong supporter of abolition and had opposed the measure, its passage reflected a broader shift in political and moral priorities, one increasingly driven by Parliament rather than the monarch, and that shift was unmistakable. By William IV's reign, the political power of the crown had diminished beyond recovery. The king made one final attempt to assert royal authority by dismissing the government of William Lamb, but the move ultimately failed. From that moment on, it became clear that the monarch could no longer act independently of Parliament. William IV would be the last British king to appoint a prime minister against the will of the elected government. After that, the balance of power was settled. The monarchy would endure, but it would no longer rule. Away from politics, however, William's personal life told a very different story. For over 20 years, he was in a relationship with the Irish actress Dorothea Jordan, Dorothea Bland, with whom he had 10 children, 5 sons and 5 daughters. Their partnership was unusually stable for the time, marked by affection rather than scandal. William's father, George III, even supported the relationship, granting William residence at Bushey House in London. But the relationship did not last. After their separation in 1811, Dorothea retained custody of their daughters and received financial support, on the condition that she would not return to the stage. When she broke that agreement in an attempt to settle debts, William withdrew his support. She later fled to France and died in poverty in 1816. Shortly afterward, William entered a dynastic marriage with Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen. Unlike many royal unions, theirs was reportedly warm and genuine. Adelaide proved to be a devoted partner, and the two grew close over time. But despite their efforts, they had no surviving children. As the king aged, the question of succession became increasingly urgent. William grew especially fond of his young niece, Queen Victoria, and named her as his heir. Determined to avoid another regency crisis, he expressed a single, personal wish: to live long enough to see her turn 18, so that she could rule in her own right. His final year was marked by illness and decline. Adelaide remained constantly at his side, rarely leaving him even as his condition worsened. In the early hours of June 20th, 1837, William IV died. He had succeeded. Victoria was 18, and with his passing, an era came to an end. William IV was the last of the Hanoverian kings to rule in the old tradition. What followed would be something entirely new: the Victorian Age. At just 18 years old, Queen Victoria found herself at the head of an empire unlike anything the world had ever seen. Though she inherited the British crown, she did not inherit everything that came with it. Under Hanoverian law, a woman could not rule the Kingdom of Hanover, and so the personal union between Britain and Hanover came to an end the moment she ascended the throne. But by then, it hardly mattered. Britain had already risen to become the dominant global power, and under Victoria, it would reach its absolute peak. At its height, the British Empire spanned over 35 million square kilometers, stretching across every continent. It became the largest empire in human history, so vast that it was said the sun never set upon it. Her coronation reflected that scale. On June 28, 1838, hundreds of thousands flooded into London to witness the young queen crowned. The streets overflowed with spectators, eager to see the monarch who would come to define an entire age. Victoria also became the first sovereign to take up permanent residence at Buckingham Palace, transforming it into the true political and ceremonial heart of the monarchy. But behind the spectacle, Britain was far from calm. The early years of her reign were marked by growing unrest. Across the country, calls for political reform grew louder. Movements like Chartism demanded expanded voting rights, pushing for universal male suffrage and greater representation in Parliament. At the same time, economic tensions were rising, particularly around the controversial Corn Laws, which imposed heavy tariffs on imported grain. These laws kept food prices high and anger even higher. In 1846, they were finally repealed. The victory of free trade helped lower the cost of living and contributed to a surge in economic growth, fueling what would become the Great Victorian expansion in population, industry, and wealth. Victoria, unlike her predecessor William IV, was not content to remain a passive figurehead. Officially, the monarch was expected to remain politically neutral. In practice, Victoria found ways around that. Through private audiences, personal correspondence, and carefully managed influence behind closed doors, she inserted herself into the decision-making processes of government. She quickly proved herself to be politically astute, not by openly ruling, but by subtly guiding. Publicly, however, she cultivated a very different image. a devoted, moral, and industrious queen, one who supported charitable causes and public projects, embodying the values of the age that would come to bear her name. A major symbol of that era came in 1851. Under the guidance of her husband, Prince Albert, London hosted the Great Exhibition, the First World's Fair. At its center stood the extraordinary Crystal Palace, a vast glass structure showcasing innovations, industry, and culture from across the empire. It was a statement of unity, of progress, of imperial power. But beneath that image, tensions were rising across the world. In 1857, rebellion broke out in India. What began as a mutiny among soldiers quickly escalated into a widespread uprising against British rule. The response was swift and decisive. The rebellion was crushed, but its consequences were profound. The rule of the British East India Company came to an end. India would no longer be governed indirectly. It would be ruled by the crown itself. And with that shift, Victoria took on a new title, Empress of India. The empire had grown even larger, but so too had the responsibility and the tension that came with it. With the rebellion in India finally crushed, the consequences were immediate and far-reaching. The British government moved swiftly to dismantle the old system. Both the local Indian authorities and the British East India Company were stripped of their administrative roles. In their place, direct rule from London was imposed. India was no longer a commercial possession. It had become an imperial one. In a formal proclamation addressed to her new subjects, Queen Victoria promised equality under the crown, the same protections, the same rights, the same justice enjoyed by the British people. In reality, those promises were unevenly upheld, and in the decades that followed, they would be cited again and again by Indian leaders as they pushed for independence, holding the empire to its own words. Back in Britain, another legacy was quietly taking shape. Victoria and Prince Albert had built not just a family, but a dynasty that stretched across Europe. Their 9 children married into royal houses from Germany to Russia, binding the continent together through blood. It earned Victoria a title that would outlive her, the Grandmother of Europe. But behind that success lay a personal tragedy that would redefine her reign. In 1861, Albert died. The loss shattered her. The energetic, engaged monarch who had once guided policy from behind the scenes withdrew almost entirely from public life. Court appearances became rare. Meetings with ministers dwindled. For long stretches, the Queen simply vanished from view. London began to whisper. In her absence, Republican sentiment, long dormant, began to stir. There were murmurs, quiet but persistent, questioning whether the monarchy still had a place in modern Britain. For a moment, it seemed as though the institution itself might falter, but it did not. Victoria eventually returned to public life, though she was never the same. She wore black for the rest of her days, not as a symbol of ceremony but of enduring grief. And yet, even in mourning, she presided over one of the most transformative periods in history. For the next 40 years, Britain surged forward. Cities exploded in size. Industry reshaped the landscape. From London to Glasgow, factories rose, smoke filled the skies, and entire populations shifted from countryside to city. Places like Manchester and Birmingham, once modest towns, became vast industrial centers, symbols of a new age. At the same time, culture flourished. Charles Dickens captured the struggles and spirit of the age in his novels. Arthur Conan Doyle gave the world Sherlock Holmes. Bram Stoker introduced Dracula, a darker reflection of Victorian anxieties. Science, too, advanced at an unprecedented pace. Charles Darwin challenged humanity's understanding of its own origins. Alexander Graham Bell revolutionized communication with the telephone, and the acceptance of germ theory transformed medicine, laying the foundations for modern healthcare. Britain was no longer just powerful. It was leading the world in industry, in science, in culture. Victoria herself became a symbol of that age. Her golden and diamond jubilees were celebrated across the empire, marking decades of rule that few monarchs had ever matched. By the end of her life, she had become only the second longest-reigning monarch in British history after George III. Then, in 1901, at Osborne House, her long reign came to an end. She died at the age of 81. With her passing, the House of Hanover came to a close, and with it, an entire era. The throne passed to her son, Edward VII. Britain stepped into a new century, a modern world. Whether it was ready for what lay ahead was another question entirely. With the turn of the century, Britain entered a new age, and with it, a different kind of monarch. Edward VII, the son of Queen Victoria, inherited not just the throne, but an empire at its peak, powerful, wealthy, and rapidly changing. Unlike many of his predecessors, Edward understood that the role of the monarchy had fundamentally shifted. The days of direct political control were long gone, replaced instead by something more subtle, but no less important. The king would not rule, he would represent. Throughout his years as Prince of Wales and later as king, Edward traveled extensively, both across Britain and abroad, appearing before crowds, opening public institutions, and embedding the monarchy into everyday life. Under his influence, the crown began to evolve into a symbol of unity and national identity, increasingly tied to charity, public service, and social responsibility. Bridges were opened, hospitals inaugurated, schools funded, and with each appearance the monarchy became less distant and more human. But while Edward embraced this public-facing role, he never entirely abandoned influence. Like his mother before him, he operated quietly behind the scenes, using personal relationships and private diplomacy to shape the direction of Europe. It was here that he proved particularly effective, building connections with powerful rulers and elites across the continent, most notably with France, a historic rival turned partner. His efforts to ease tensions earned him a reputation as a peacemaker, though in truth, the peace he helped maintain was far more fragile than it appeared. Because beneath the surface of this confident and advancing empire, deeper forces were beginning to stir. The early 20th century was a time of astonishing transformation. Scientific breakthroughs and technological innovation were accelerating at an unprecedented pace. Humanity was beginning to take to the skies. Wireless communication was shrinking the distance between continents, and exploration was pushing into the last unknown corners of the globe. Britain stood at the forefront of this new world, but progress, as always, came with consequences. As education spread and literacy increased, the working classes of Britain were no longer passive observers of society. They had found their voice, and they were beginning to use it. Demands for political reform, economic fairness, and social mobility grew louder with each passing year. Across the empire, similar sentiments were taking hold as colonial populations began to question the structures that governed them. At home, the rigid class system that had defined English society for centuries was beginning to fracture. By the end of Edward's reign, these tensions culminated in a full-blown constitutional crisis. In 1909, the Liberal Party introduced the People's Budget, a bold and controversial attempt to tax the wealthiest in society in order to fund social reform and welfare programs. It passed through the House of Commons representing the will of the people, but when it reached the House of Lords, it was blocked. Technically, the Lords had every right to do so, but politically it was explosive. For generations it had been understood, even if unwritten, that financial legislation belonged to the Commons. The Lords' decision shattered that balance and exposed just how deep the divisions within British society had become. Parliament was now in conflict with itself, and the system that had governed the kingdom for centuries was beginning to strain under the weight of modern demands. It was in the midst of this uncertainty that Edward VII died on May 6, 1910. He left behind a monarchy that had successfully adapted to a new era, but a country that was far from stable. The empire was still vast, still powerful, still confident, but the foundations beneath it were shifting. The crown passed to his son, George V, and though few could see it at the time, he was about to inherit not just a kingdom in transition, but a world standing on the edge of catastrophe. Before he found himself at the center of war, revolution, and constitutional crisis, George V was never meant to wear the crown at all. As the second son of Edward VII, his early life followed a very different path. He served in the Royal Navy, spending years at sea, far removed from the pressures of a court life. It was a life of structure, discipline, and relative freedom, one he seemed content to live. But fate intervened. In 1892, the heir to the throne, his older brother Prince Albert Victor, died suddenly. Overnight, George's world changed. He was recalled to Britain and thrust into a role he had never expected to fill, that of a future king. He married his brother's former fiancée, Mary of Teck, and together they built a strong and stable royal family, raising 6 children. What had begun as an arranged union would become one of the most enduring partnerships in modern royal history. In 1910, following the death of his father, George ascended the throne. His coronation was met with celebration, but the kingdom he inherited was anything but calm. The final years of Edward VII's reign had been dominated by constitutional conflict, and George was immediately forced to confront it. The crisis was resolved with the Parliament Act of 1911, a landmark moment that firmly established the supremacy of the House of Commons over the House of Lords, reshaping the balance of power in Britain for generations to come. Yet political reform did little to ease the growing tensions within the country. Across Britain, society was shifting. Socialist ideas were gaining traction, workers were organizing, and demands for reform were growing louder. In Ireland, calls for home rule intensified, threatening to fracture the unity of the kingdom itself. Parliament was changing, and so too was the nation it governed. But all of this was soon overshadowed. In 1914, Europe descended into war. On the 4th of August, King George V declared war on Germany. That same day, he wrote in his diary, "It is a terrible catastrophe, but it is not our fault. Please to God, it may soon be over." It would not. The First World War dragged on for 4 devastating years. Industrialization, which had once promised progress, now delivered destruction on an unimaginable scale. Millions perished as battlefields stretched across continents, and the psychological scars left behind would define a generation. For George, the war was not just political, it was deeply personal. Europe's ruling families were bound together by blood. Nicholas II and Wilhelm II, the Russian Tsar and the German Kaiser, were his cousins. They had grown up together, visiting one another's courts, playing as children in the gardens of royal palaces. Now, their nations were locked in a brutal struggle for survival, and George himself was not immune to suspicion. The British royal family still bore its German name, Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. As anti-German sentiment surged across the country, the king became a target of criticism. Writers like H.G. Wells described the monarchy as distant and foreign, questioning its place in a nation at war. George understood the danger. In 1917, in a decisive move to preserve the legitimacy of the crown, he renounced his German heritage in name, transforming the royal house into the House of Windsor, a name that would endure to this day. That same year, another monarchy fell. Revolution swept through Russia. The Romanov dynasty collapsed, and Tsar Nicholas II, George's cousin, was overthrown and imprisoned. For a time, there were plans to rescue him and his family, but the situation at home made such a move dangerous. Britain itself was unstable, and the arrival of a deposed autocrat could have fueled unrest. The decision was made. No rescue came. The Romanovs were executed, and with them ended centuries of Russian monarchy. By 1918, the war was finally over. The German Kaiser was exiled, empires collapsed, and Europe was left transformed. Of the great monarchies that had once dominated the continent, only a handful remained. George V had survived, but the world around him had changed forever. And as the dust settled, a new threat began to rise. Not from rival kings or foreign armies, but from ideology itself. Socialism, revolution, and the shifting power of the people would come to define the final years of his reign. Across Europe, the world was changing, and not in ways that favored kings. Fascism, republicanism, and communism were rising rapidly, promising the working classes equality, justice, and in some cases, retribution. The shock of the Russian Revolution had shown the world just how powerful these movements could become. Among Britain's upper classes, fear of revolution began to take hold. Yet in Britain, things unfolded differently. The socialist labor movement was gaining strength within Parliament, but rather than seeking to overthrow the monarchy, it chose to work alongside it. Reform, not revolution, became the path forward, and the king adapted. George V understood that survival depended on change. Together with Parliament, he helped reshape the role of the monarchy, making it more visible, more accessible, and more connected to the people it ruled. It was a quiet transformation, but a crucial one, allowing the crown to endure while others across Europe collapsed. In 1926, the king became a central figure in advancing the idea of self-governance within the British Empire. That effort culminated in 1931 with the Statute of Westminster 1931, granting nations such as Canada and Australia legislative independence, while still maintaining their allegiance to the British Crown. The empire was evolving into something new, a Commonwealth of nations. But just as political reform began to take hold, the world was struck by economic disaster. The Wall Street crash sent shockwaves across the globe. Economies faltered, unemployment soared, and instability spread. In response, the king supported the formation of a national government and agreed to reduce royal expenditure, cutting down the civil list in an effort to ease the burden on the state. These measures helped steady the country. While much of the world spiraled into chaos, Britain managed to maintain order and a basic standard of living. Still, new dangers loomed. In Germany, a radical new movement was rising, and George watched it with deep suspicion. In 1934, he warned the German ambassador Leopold von Husch that if Germany continued on its current path, Europe would be at war again within a decade. He was wrong, but only just. By 1935, 1 year before his death, the king celebrated his Silver Jubilee to enormous crowds across the country. He was widely respected, not for grandeur or spectacle, but for duty, discipline, and quiet resilience. As the crowds cheered, he is said to have remarked, "I cannot understand it. After all, I am only a very ordinary sort of fellow." Behind the public admiration, however, there were personal concerns. His relationship with his eldest son, Edward VIII, had deteriorated. The king was deeply troubled by Edward's behavior, his refusal to settle down, and his involvement with married women. In contrast, he was far closer to his second son, George VI, known in the family as Bertie. He also adored Bertie's young daughter, Princess Elizabeth, the future queen, who affectionately called him Grandpa England. In 1935, George made a remark that would later seem almost prophetic. "After I am dead, the boy will ruin himself within 12 months. I pray nothing stands in the way of Bertie and Lilibet and the throne." In January 1936, the king fell ill. On the evening of the 15th, he retired to his room, complaining of a cold. He would never appear in public again. 5 days later, as his condition worsened beyond recovery, his physician administered a final sedative, intending to ease his passing and preserve his dignity. It was even arranged so that the announcement of his death would reach the morning newspapers, not the evening press. On January 20th, 1936, King George V died, and as he had feared, the crown passed to his eldest son, a man who would soon plunge the monarchy into one of the greatest crises in its history. As the second monarch of the House of Windsor, Edward VIII ascended the throne with high expectations. Many believed the weight of the crown would steady him, that kingship would transform the prince into a disciplined and reliable ruler. It did not. From the very beginning, Edward showed little patience for the rigid structure of royal life. Protocol, tradition, constitutional restraint, these were not things he embraced. Instead, his behavior unsettled both the government and the political establishment in Westminster, who watched with growing concern as the new king seemed increasingly detached from the responsibilities of his position. Then, just weeks into his reign, the situation escalated. Edward announced his intention to marry Wallis Simpson. She was American. She had been divorced, not once, but twice, and both of her former husbands were still alive. To the political and religious authorities of Britain, this was unacceptable. The opposition was immediate and fierce. The Prime Minister warned the king that such a marriage would not be supported by the government. As a head of the Church of England, Edward was bound by its laws which explicitly forbade remarriage under such circumstances. This was no longer a personal matter. It was a constitutional crisis. If Edward went through with the marriage, the government was prepared to resign. The monarchy itself risked being dragged into political conflict, something it had spent decades carefully avoiding. Worse still, it could have reignited calls to abolish the institution altogether. The king was now faced with an impossible choice: crown or love, duty or desire. Edward chose love. In December 1936, after just 326 days on the throne, he abdicated, becoming the only British monarch in modern history to voluntarily give up the crown. In doing so, he fulfilled a fear his father had once quietly expressed, and made way for the man who had never expected to rule: George VI. Upon his brother's abdication, the reluctant Prince Albert was thrust into a role he had never prepared for. Choosing the regnal name, George VI, he signaled continuity, a deliberate effort to steady a monarchy shaken by crisis. He was crowned on May 12, 1937, to widespread public support. But behind the ceremony and celebration, the new king struggled. Privately, he was overwhelmed by the weight of what had been placed upon him. In his diary, he wrote that upon hearing of his brother's abdication, he had broken down and wept like a child. This was not a man who had sought power. It was a man burdened by it. Doubts quickly spread. Rumors circulated that the king was unfit to rule, both physically and mentally, and to some extent those concerns were not unfounded. George VI suffered from a severe speech impediment, a stammer that made public speaking a deeply personal challenge, and in an age where a monarch's voice carried symbolic authority, this was no small weakness. But the king did not retreat from it. Working closely with a speech therapist, he trained relentlessly, forcing himself through each hesitation, each pause. Over time, his speeches became steadier, more controlled. In surviving recordings, the struggle is barely noticeable, but the effort behind it was immense. Determined to strengthen Britain's global position, George embarked on a tour of North America during the early years of his reign. It was a calculated move. Europe was drifting toward war, and the king, like many others, understood that conflict was not a matter of if, but when. The United States remained largely isolationist, and bringing them closer to Britain's cause would prove vital in the years ahead. At home, the situation was increasingly tense. The king was forced to publicly support Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and his policy of appeasement, an attempt to avoid war through concession. In a highly unusual gesture, George even invited the Prime Minister onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace, presenting a united front to the nation. But the illusion of peace was fragile. It was becoming painfully clear that it would not last. In 1939, that illusion shattered. After Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, Britain declared war. The Second World War had begun. What followed would define George VI's reign. Unlike many monarchs before him, the king made a decision that would change how he was seen forever. Rather than leave London for safety, he and the Queen chose to remain at Buckingham Palace. It was a statement, a symbol of unity. As the Blitz rained destruction over the capital, the royal family stayed among their people. Bombs fell across London, and even the palace itself was not spared. On one night, explosions struck its grounds, narrowly missing the king and queen. They lived under the same rationing restrictions as their subjects. They walked among the ruins. They visited bombed homes and shattered factories, speaking with ordinary citizens, offering not just word, but presence. Across Britain, and indeed across the world, the king became a symbol of quiet resilience. Even his daughter, the young Elizabeth II, played her part, serving in the auxiliary territorial service and working as a mechanic, repairing military vehicles. Meanwhile, political leadership shifted. Chamberlain fell from power and was replaced by Winston Churchill. Though the king was initially uncertain about him, the two men soon developed one of the closest relationships between monarch and prime minister in British history. For over 4 years, they met every week, often in private dinners, speaking openly and candidly about the war and its progress. And as the conflict raged across Europe, the king did not remain distant. He traveled to France, to North Africa, to Italy, visiting troops, boosting morale, showing that the crown stood with those who fought beneath it. By 1945, the war was over. The guns fell silent. Victory had been secured. Crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace, chanting, "We want the king." And once again, George stepped onto the balcony, this time not alone, but alongside Churchill, sharing the moment with the man who had led Britain through its darkest hours. For the first time in years, there was peace. But while the war had strengthened his popularity at home, it had come at a tremendous cost. Britain emerged victorious, but exhausted. The country was financially strained, its industries damaged, and vast resources had been drained by years of total war. The Lend-Lease Agreement had kept Britain fighting, but it left the nation deeply indebted to the United States. Across the empire, the consequences were even more profound. For decades, Britain had ruled over a vast global empire. Now, that empire was beginning to unravel. The war had changed expectations. Colonies that had fought and sacrificed alongside Britain were no longer willing to remain under imperial control. The movement toward self-governance, which had begun earlier with dominions like Canada and Australia, now accelerated dramatically. Independence was no longer a distant idea, it was inevitable. In response, the empire was gradually reshaped into the Commonwealth of Nations, a looser association of states, bound not by direct rule, but by shared history and cooperation. Some nations chose to remain within this framework, continuing to recognize the British monarch as their head of state. Others chose a different path. India became a republic. The subcontinent itself was divided, giving rise to new nations, including Pakistan and later Bangladesh. Across the globe, territories separated from British control, and the once vast empire, the empire on which the sun never set, was no more. Britain had changed, and so had the world. Yet, while the public celebrated peace and transition, the king faced a far more personal struggle. The strain of war had taken its toll. A lifelong heavy smoker, George VI suffered from severe health issues, including lung cancer. Years of pressure, responsibility, and stress had pushed his already fragile condition to its limits. Gradually, he began to withdraw from public life. In his place, a new figure began to emerge. His daughter, Elizabeth II, stepped in to carry out many of the royal duties he could no longer perform, quietly preparing for a role she would soon inherit. In January 1952, despite worsening health, the king made one final public appearance. Against the advice of those around him, he traveled to the airport to see off Princess Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, as they departed on a royal tour to Australia. It would be the last time he was seen in public. Just days later, on February 6, 1952, King George VI was found dead in his bed at Sandringham Castle. He was only 56 years old. He was laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor, and as news of his death reached across the world, his daughter returned home. A princess when she left, a queen when she came back. The next chapter of the British history had begun. At just 25 years of age, Elizabeth II ascended to the throne, becoming queen of a nation and a world in transition. Her coronation in 1953 was unlike anything that had come before it. For the first time in British history, the ceremony was televised, allowing over 100 million people across the globe to witness the moment. It was a powerful symbol of a monarchy stepping into the modern age, no longer distant and unseen, but present in the homes of ordinary people. Yet, even before the crown was placed upon her head, tension had already begun to surface. At the center of it stood a question of identity. Traditionally, a royal house would take the name of the husband. In this case, that would have meant adopting the name of Prince Philip, the House of Mountbatten. But Elizabeth made a different choice. Just weeks before her coronation, she issued a declaration that the royal house would remain as it was, the House of Windsor. It was a subtle but decisive assertion of authority, one that did not go unnoticed within her own family. Philip, frustrated by his position, reportedly remarked, "I am the only man in the country not allowed to give his name to his own children." In the early years, this tension lingered. His role as consort was not always easy to accept, but over time Philip grew into the position, becoming a constant and unwavering presence at the Queen's side, loyal, steady, and deeply supportive throughout her reign. Immediately after her coronation, Elizabeth set out to define her role on the world stage. Together with Philip, she embarked on a 7-month tour of the newly formed Commonwealth of Nations, a vast network of countries emerging from the remnants of empire. It was an extraordinary journey, one that signaled a new kind of monarchy, global, visible, and engaged. She became the first reigning monarch to visit Australia and New Zealand, where enormous crowds gathered to see her. In Australia alone, it is estimated that nearly half the population turned out during her visit. Over the decades that followed, she would travel farther and more frequently than any head of state in history. Her reign spanned a world that was rapidly changing, politically, culturally, and ideologically. She visited nations that had once been considered unreachable. In the 1970s, she became the first British monarch to visit a communist country, traveling to Yugoslavia. In the 1980s, she made a historic visit to China, the first of its kind in the long history between the two nations. But while her global presence expanded, her influence at home was quietly evolving in a different direction. Back in Westminster, the monarchy's political role continued to diminish. The turning point came during moments of political uncertainty. When Prime Minister Anthony Eden resigned, there was no formal mechanism within the ruling Conservative Party to choose a successor. The responsibility fell to the Queen. After consulting with senior political figures, she appointed Harold Macmillan as Prime Minister, a decision that, while constitutionally valid, drew criticism. Combined with the fallout from the Suez Crisis, it marked one of the first moments where Elizabeth herself became the subject of public scrutiny. The image of a distant monarchy began to re-emerge. Criticism grew sharper when Lord Altrincham publicly accused the Queen of being out of touch. His comments sparked outrage. He was condemned by public figures and even physically assaulted by a member of the public for his remarks. Yet, the tension did not fade entirely. Just a few years later, when Macmillan stepped down, Elizabeth once again found herself in the position of choosing a prime minister. She appointed Alec Douglas Home, again relying on advice from a small circle of insiders, and once again, criticism followed. It became increasingly clear that the monarchy, though still powerful in symbol, could no longer operate in the shadows of tradition alone. It would have to adapt, or risk falling behind the world it was meant to lead. By 1965, the balance of power had shifted decisively. The Conservative Party introduced a formal system for electing its leader, removing the monarch entirely from the process. With that change, the Queen's already limited political role was reduced even further. From this point forward, her influence would be defined less by decision-making and more by presence. But the loss of political authority at home was only part of a much larger transformation. Across the globe, the British Empire was dissolving. The process of decolonization, which had begun under George VI, accelerated rapidly during Elizabeth's reign. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, wave after wave of independence movements swept across Africa. In just over a decade, more than 20 African nations broke free from British rule. The empire, once the largest in history, was fading. In its place, a new reality emerged. Britain turned toward Europe, joining the European communities in 1973, marking a shift in identity from imperial power to European partner. Yet, even as Britain redefined itself, questions about the monarchy's relevance began to grow, especially abroad. In Australia, Republican sentiment was on the rise. In Canada, attitudes toward the crown were shifting as well. Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau became known for his open disregard of royal protocol, famously sliding down banisters at Buckingham Palace and even performing a pirouette behind the Queen during an official visit. And yet, beneath the surface, the Queen remained far more engaged than many assumed. When Canadian officials arrived in London to negotiate the patriation of their constitution, they found Elizabeth to be more informed than many of the politicians involved. In 1982, Canada achieved full constitutional independence, and still, the Queen remained its head of state. Even as her formal power diminished, her symbolic presence endured. But the challenges were not only political, they became deeply personal, and at times dangerously physical. In the 1980s, the Queen faced multiple attempts on her life. During Trooping the Colour in 1981, shots were fired at close range as she rode on horseback down the Mall. Later that same year, during a visit to New Zealand, a teenage gunman fired at her from a nearby building. She was not hit. A year later, an intruder managed to break into Buckingham Palace itself, entering her private chambers. When the Queen awoke, she found him sitting at the foot of her bed. Remarkably, she remained calm, speaking with him as she waited for security to arrive. In each instance, she emerged unharmed, and with each incident, her composure only strengthened her public image. Calm under pressure, unwavering in duty, she embodied stability in an increasingly unpredictable world. Yet the greatest challenges to the monarchy were still to come. The 1990s would test the institution like never before. In 1992, marking her Ruby Jubilee, the Queen described the year with a phrase that would become infamous: annus horribilis. A horrible year, and for good reason. Her family was unraveling in public view. Prince Andrew separated from his wife. Princess Anne divorced. But the most damaging crisis centered on her eldest son, Charles III, and his failing marriage to Diana, Princess of Wales. In 1992, Diana's explosive biography was released, exposing the deeply troubled nature of their relationship. It detailed Charles's affair with Camilla Parker Bowles and painted a picture of a royal household under immense strain. Public sympathy turned sharply toward Diana and against the monarchy. As if the personal turmoil were not enough, disaster struck physically as well. A fire broke out at Buckingham Palace later that same year, damaging large sections of the historic residence. Crisis followed crisis, and for the first time in decades, the monarchy appeared vulnerable. The rise of tabloid journalism only intensified the pressure. Private lives became public spectacle. Headlines grew more sensational. Scandals spread faster than ever before. By the end of the decade, it was clear the monarchy had entered a new era, one where tradition alone would no longer be enough to protect it. In 1997, tragedy struck the royal family in a way no one could have anticipated. Diana, Princess of Wales, now separated from Charles III, was killed in a high-speed car crash in Paris, pursued by paparazzi through the city streets. The shock was immediate, the grief overwhelming. In the aftermath, the Queen withdrew with her grandsons to Balmoral Castle, shielding them from the relentless media storm so they could mourn in private. But the silence from the palace, the absence of a public response, sparked a wave of outrage across the country. For many, it felt like the monarchy had failed to understand the moment. Rumors and conspiracy theories soon followed, some even suggesting royal involvement in Diana's death. These claims, however, were never substantiated. Investigations later confirmed that the driver had been under the influence at the time of the crash. Even so, the damage to public perception was real. The monarchy had been shaken and forced, once again, to adapt. Before the century came to a close, the Queen played a key role in reshaping the structure of the United Kingdom itself, formally opening the newly devolved parliaments in Scotland and Wales, a further step in redefining Britain's political identity. And yet, despite the turbulence, her popularity endured. In 2002, she celebrated her Golden Jubilee to enormous crowds, a display of public affection that surprised even the Queen herself. 10 years later, the Diamond Jubilee was marked with the same enthusiasm. In 2012, she opened the London Olympic Games, becoming the first head of state to open 2 Olympic ceremonies, a striking moment that blended tradition with modern spectacle. But time, inevitably, began to take its toll. As she entered her later years, the pace of her life slowed. Health concerns became more frequent, and public appearances more limited. After decades of constant movement, the Queen, who had traveled the world, began to retreat from it. In 2015, she reached a historic milestone. Elizabeth II became the longest reigning monarch in British history, surpassing the reign of Queen Victoria. It was a symbolic moment, the passing of one great era into another. In the years that followed, milestones continued to accumulate. A sapphire jubilee, a platinum wedding anniversary with her husband, Prince Philip, the marriages of her grandsons, Prince William to Catherine Middleton and Prince Harry to Meghan Markle, each marking the continuation of the royal line into a new generation. In 2021, she faced one of the most personal losses of her life. Prince Philip, her husband of over 70 years, died. He had been her constant, her support, her anchor through decades of change. His death marked the end of a partnership that had defined her reign. At the same time, new challenges emerged within the royal family. Allegations and controversy surrounding Prince Andrew forced the Queen to take decisive action. He was stripped of his official roles and stepped back from public duties, a rare and telling moment that reflected the monarchy's need to respond to modern scrutiny. Even in her final years, the pressures never fully disappeared. And yet, she endured. In 2022, she celebrated her Platinum Jubilee, 70 years on the throne, a milestone unmatched in British history. By then, she had become not just a monarch, but a living symbol of continuity across generations. But the end was near. Increasingly frail, she began to pass many of her duties to her son, Charles. Public appearances became rare. The weight of time was visible. On September 8, 2022, at Balmoral Castle, surrounded by her family, Queen Elizabeth II died peacefully at the age of 96. Her reign had spanned a world transformed. From empire to Commonwealth, from war to globalization, from radio to the digital age. The power of the crown had diminished, but its prestige had endured. And that was, in no small part, because of her. Her death was mourned across the globe. Leaders, dignitaries, and millions of ordinary people paid tribute to a monarch who had become, for many, a constant in an ever-changing world. In her passing, an era came to an end, and the crown passed, once more, to her son, Charles III. Crowned on May 6, 2023, Charles III is the latest in a long line of monarchs to sit upon the British throne, a line that stretches back over 1,000 years. But unlike many of his predecessors, Charles did not grow into the role over time. He waited for it, for decades. As Prince of Wales, he had been one of the most visible and outspoken members of the royal family. Long before environmentalism became mainstream, Charles was already advocating for climate action, sustainable agriculture, and architectural preservation, often placing himself ahead of public opinion rather than following it. Yet his life was not without controversy. His marriage to Diana, Princess of Wales, and its very public collapse left a lasting mark on his reputation. The aftermath, compounded by Diana's tragic death, turned him into a deeply polarizing figure. His later marriage to Camilla, queen consort was met with skepticism and scrutiny. And yet, over time, public perception shifted. Through consistency, duty, and restraint, Charles gradually rebuilt his image, emerging as a more measured, thoughtful, and modern royal figure. With Diana, he had two sons, Prince William, the heir to the throne, and Prince Harry. While he has maintained a strong bond with William, his relationship with Harry has become increasingly distant, following Harry's marriage to Meghan Markle and their subsequent departure from royal duties. By the time Charles ascended the throne at the age of 73, he became the oldest monarch in British history to be crowned, a king stepping into his role not at the beginning of his life, but in its later chapters. And almost immediately his reign was tested. In early 2024, it was announced that the king had been diagnosed with cancer. The news shocked the nation. For a monarch who had only just begun his reign, it introduced a sense of fragility, a reminder that even the crown is not immune to time. At the same time, another deeply personal struggle unfolded within the royal family. Catherine, Princess of Wales, wife of Prince William, had withdrawn from public life for an extended period, sparking widespread speculation and concern. Rumors spread. The silence grew louder. Eventually, it was revealed that she too had been undergoing treatment for cancer. The future queen, beloved by the public, was facing a private battle of her own. Through it all, the younger generation of royals became increasingly central to the monarchy's image. Prince William and Catherine, along with their children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis, have come to embody the future of the royal family. They are widely seen as relatable, modern, and deeply connected to the public. A stark contrast to the rigid image the monarchy once held. In many ways, they represent continuity and renewal. Meanwhile, Britain itself stands at a crossroads. The country has left the European Union. Economic pressures mount. Social divisions deepen. Political uncertainty lingers. It is a very different kingdom from the one his mother inherited, and Charles knows it. He has long argued that the monarchy must evolve, must become smaller, more efficient, and more relevant, if it is to survive in the modern age. Now, as king, that responsibility is his alone. The question is no longer theoretical, it is immediate. Can the monarchy continue to adapt? Can it remain meaningful in a rapidly changing world? Or will it fade into history, like so many institutions before it? Only time will tell. But for now, the crown endures,